Welcome back to Omni Wizard. Today we're diving into one of the wildest crossover stories ever imagined. What if Harry Potter was raised by the Kents? What happens when the boy who lived lands not on Privet Drive but in a cornfield in Smallville, Kansas, right next to a baby from Krypton? Two brothers, two destinies, one family that changes everything. If you enjoy this story, make sure to subscribe and hit that notification bell so you never miss a video. Now, let's begin. Chapter 1. The boy who fell the night Voldemort died the first time. The sky above Godric's Hollow split like a wound. It happened in the space between one heartbeat and the next. The killing curse rebounded off the forehead of a 15-month-old boy, and the resulting explosion of dark magic and maternal sacrifice sent shockwaves rippling through dimensions that most wizards didn't even know existed. The cottage at Godric's Hollow collapsed inward. The Dark Lord's body disintegrated into ash and vapor. And somewhere in the wreckage, wrapped in a blanket woven through with protective enchantments so powerful they hummed against the skin, baby Harry James Potter began to cry. Albus Dumbledore arrived 3 hours later, trailing silver smoke from a device he'd invented specifically to monitor the Potter residence. He found Hagrid already there, enormous shoulders shaking with grief as he pulled the boy from the rubble. Lily Potter lay crumpled at the base of the crib, her red hair fanned across the dusty floor, her green eyes open and empty and still beautiful. James was downstairs, his wand still clutched in his hand, his glasses cracked but somehow still on his face. "Give the boy to me, Hagrid," Dumbledore said softly. But when the half-giant lifted Harry from the wreckage, something happened that neither of them expected. The blanket, Lily's blanket, the one she'd spent months enchanting with every protective charm she knew, the one she'd stitched runes into with thread made from unicorn hair, flared with a light so bright it turned the ruined nursery into a cathedral of white fire. Hagrid stumbled backward. Dumbledore raised his wand. The light condensed around the child, pulling tight like a cocoon, and Harry Potter vanished. Not apparated, not portkeyed. Something else entirely. Something that operated on principles Dumbledore had only ever theorized about. The sacrifice Lily made, combined with the enchantments on the blanket, combined with the raw magical energy released by the destruction of a fragment of Voldemort's soul, had created a one-time, unrepeatable event. A magical shockwave so powerful it punched through the fabric of space itself and sent Harry Potter to the safest place the magic could find. Not Privet Drive. Not the Dursleys' doorstep where Dumbledore had planned to leave him. Somewhere else entirely. Somewhere far, far away. The blanket deposited Harry James Potter in a cornfield in Smallville, Kansas, at approximately 9:47 p.m. Central Standard Time, on the 31st of October, 1981. He landed softly. The enchantment saw to that in a nest of broken cornstalks, the autumn harvest already half finished, the remaining stalks dry and golden in the moonlight. He cried for exactly 43 seconds, then stopped, distracted by a firefly that had landed on his nose. Martha Kent heard the impact from the kitchen. She was washing dishes at the time, scrubbing at a casserole pan that Jonathan had promised to soak but hadn't, when a sound like a thunderclap rolled across the property. The window above the sink rattled in its frame. The glasses in the cupboard clinked together. Martha set down the pan, dried her hands on her apron, and looked out into the darkness beyond the porch light's reach. Jonathan, her husband, was in the barn, working on the tractor's carburetor for the third time that week. He emerged wiping his hands on a rag, squinting toward the south field where a faint glow was already fading. "You hear that?" he called across the yard. Sounded like it came from the corn. Jonathan grabbed the shotgun from inside the barn door, not because he expected to use it, but because he was a practical man who lived in rural Kansas and understood that strange sounds in the dark warranted caution. Martha took the flashlight from the hook by the back door. Together they walked into the field. They found Harry in a crater no larger than a bathtub, surrounded by cornstalks that had been flattened in a perfect circle. The blanket glowed faintly, casting the baby's face in soft golden light. His eyes were open, bright green, startlingly alert for an infant, and he was watching the firefly with an expression of grave concentration. On his forehead, still raw and bleeding slightly, was a scar shaped like a bolt of lightning. Martha Kent dropped to her knees. "Oh my God," she whispered. "Jonathan, Jonathan, it's a baby." Jonathan stood behind her, the shotgun hanging forgotten at his side, and stared. He'd seen something like this before. 3 years ago, almost to the day, he and Martha had found another child in another field, that one in a ship that definitely hadn't come from Earth. That boy was asleep in the farmhouse right now, 3 years old and already strong enough to lift the kitchen table with one hand. "Martha," he said carefully, "we should think about this." She was already lifting the child, blanket and all, cradling him against her chest with the practiced ease of a woman who'd spent the last 3 years mothering a toddler from another planet. Harry looked up at her and made a sound that was half gurgle, half laugh, and reached for her face with tiny fingers. "He's hurt," Martha said, touching the scar gently. "He's bleeding. He's alone in a field in the middle of the night, Jonathan. What exactly do you need to think about?" Jonathan Kent was not a man who surrendered to impulse. He was a man who planned, who considered, who weighed options against consequences. But he was also a man who recognized the hand of something larger than himself when it placed a child in his path, and he'd learned that lesson the first time. "Nothing," he said quietly. "Let's take him inside." They carried Harry into the farmhouse and laid him on the kitchen table under the bright overhead light. Martha cleaned the wound on his forehead with warm water and antiseptic while Jonathan examined the blanket. It was ordinary wool, or appeared to be, but there were symbols stitched into the hem that he didn't recognize. Not any language he'd seen, and Jonathan Kent had served in the military and traveled more than most people in Lowell County. "These aren't normal," he muttered, tracing a finger over a rune that seemed to shift slightly when he wasn't looking directly at it. Neither was the spaceship, Martha reminded him without looking up. She'd finished cleaning the scar and was now gently bouncing Harry on her knee. He'd stopped fussing entirely and was staring at the kitchen with wide eyes, his tiny head swiveling to take in the copper pots hanging above the stove, the cross-stitched sampler on the wall, the cat clock whose eyes and tail moved with each tick. A thump from the hallway made them both turn. 3-year-old Clark stood in the doorway in his pajamas, the ones with little tractors on them, his dark hair sticking up at every angle, his blue eyes still foggy with sleep. He looked at the baby in Martha's arms, then at his father, then back at the baby. "Who's that?" he asked. Martha and Jonathan exchanged a look, the kind of look that married couples develop over years, the kind that communicates entire conversations in a single glance. "This is your brother," Martha said. Clark walked over, stood on his tiptoes, and peered at Harry with the intense scrutiny that only a toddler can manage. Harry peered back. For a long moment the two boys simply stared at each other, the last son of Krypton and the boy who lived, though neither of them knew those titles yet, and it would be years before either title mattered. Then Clark reached out and gently poked Harry's nose. Harry laughed. Clark grinned. "He's little. He'll grow," Jonathan said, and despite everything, despite the impossibility of it all, despite the questions that would need answers and the lies that would need to be told, he smiled. The first week was chaos, the way all first weeks with a new child are chaos, multiplied by the fact that Harry Potter was not an ordinary baby. His accidental magic began almost immediately, though the Kents didn't have a word for it yet. They called it Harry's tricks, the way they called Clark's strength Clark's specialness, because naming things made them manageable, and the Kents were nothing if not people who managed. On the second night, Martha put Harry in the crib they'd kept in the attic, the one they'd originally bought for Clark before realizing that Clark could climb out of any crib ever manufactured and would simply float down to the floor if the sides were too high. She laid Harry down, kissed his forehead above the scar, and turned on the mobile of painted wooden animals that Jonathan had carved himself. She was halfway down the hall when she heard a sound like wind chimes, though there were no wind chimes in the nursery. She went back. The mobile was spinning on its own, faster than it should have been able to, and the carved animals, a cow, a pig, a horse, and a rooster, were moving, not spinning with the mobile, moving independently. The cow was trotting in a circle, the pig was doing somersaults, the horse was rearing up on its hind legs, the rooster was flapping its wings. Harry was watching them with delight, his arms waving, his green eyes tracking the animals as they performed their impossible dance. Martha watched for a long moment. Then she went to the hall closet, got an extra blanket, came back, laid it over Harry, and went to bed. She didn't tell Jonathan until the next morning, and when she did, he set down his coffee, stared at the wall for approximately 30 seconds and said, "Well, at least this one doesn't shoot lasers from his eyes." The documentation came together slowly. Jonathan drove to Topeka and through channels he'd used once before for Clark, obtained a birth certificate. Harry Kent, born July 31, 1980. Parents, Jonathan and Martha Kent. The forgery was excellent, it had to be, because they'd used the same man as before, a retired government clerk who owed Jonathan a favor from their service days and who asked no questions. The story they told neighbors was simple and mostly true. Martha's cousin in England had died tragically, and the child had no other family. In Smallville, where people minded their own business with the ferocity of a religious conviction, this was accepted without much comment. Mabel Henderson at the general store knitted Harry a yellow blanket. Pastor Lindquist added his name to the church registry. The ladies of the Methodist Auxiliary dropped off a casserole. Harry became a Kent. The boys grew together the way brothers do, tangled up in each other, fighting and forgiving in the same breath, building worlds between them that no one else could enter. Clark was protective from the start, with an intensity that went beyond normal sibling attachment. He would carry Harry around the farm on his back, pointing out the horses and the chickens and the tractor and the sky, narrating the world in the breathless, fragmented way of a child who has so much to say and so few words to say it with. "That's a cloud, Harry, that's the sun. Don't look at the sun. That's Bessie. She's a cow. Don't pull Bessie's tail." Harry, for his part, adored Clark with the uncomplicated totality that babies reserve for the people who make them feel safe. He would crawl toward Clark's voice across any room. He said "Ka" before he said "Mama," which Martha pretended to be offended by but secretly found adorable. And the magic grew. At 6 months in the Kent household, Harry levitated his bottle from the counter to his high chair. Martha nearly dropped the skillet. Jonathan, who'd walked in just in time to see the bottle floating serenely through the kitchen, caught it in midair and handed it to Harry with the weary calm of a man who'd already adjusted his definition of normal twice and was not about to do it a third time. At 8 months, Harry changed the color of the living room curtains from beige to bright purple. Martha stared at them for a full day, trying to decide if she preferred the new color. She did. She left them. At 10 months, Harry made the family dog, a golden retriever named Captain, float 3 feet off the ground. Captain did not appreciate this and spent the rest of the day hiding under the porch. Clark thought it was the funniest thing he'd ever seen and laughed so hard he accidentally punched a hole in the drywall. Jonathan repaired the wall that evening, as he had repaired many walls before and would repair many more, and added "floating dog" to the mental list he kept of things his sons could do that he could never explain to anyone. By the time Harry was 2, The Kents had developed a comprehensive system for managing their household of extraordinaries. Clark's rules were physical. Don't lift the truck, don't run faster than the other kids can see, don't look at things too hard when you're angry. Harry's rules were more abstract. Don't make things move when other people are watching, don't change the color of things at school, and absolutely under no circumstances talk to the snakes in front of company. The snake thing had been a surprise. It happened on a Sunday in spring, the kind of Kansas day that exists in paintings and postcards, the sky enormous and blue, the wheat bending in a warm wind, the whole world smelling of soil and growth. The family was in the garden. Martha was planting tomatoes. Jonathan was building a trellis for the beans. Clark was attempting to dig a hole to China with a toy shovel, which, given his strength, was a more realistic ambition than it would have been for most 4-year-olds. Harry, 2 years old and still unsteady on his feet, had wandered to the edge of the garden where the grass grew long against the fence. Martha glanced up from her planting and saw him squatting down, his face inches from the ground, making sounds that were not words in any language she recognized. "Harry, honey, what are you doing?" Harry looked up. "Talking to the snake," he said, in the matter-of-fact tone of a toddler who sees nothing unusual about this. Martha set down her trowel, walked over and looked. There was indeed a snake, a common garter snake, harmless, the kind that lived in every garden in Kansas. It was coiled in the grass, its head raised, and it appeared to be listening to Harry with an expression that Martha could only describe as attentive. "It says there are mice in the barn," Harry reported. "It wants to know if it can eat them." Jonathan had come over by this point. He looked at the snake. He looked at Harry. He looked at Martha. "Tell it yes," he said. "We've been trying to get rid of those mice for months." Harry made more of the strange hissing sounds. The snake bobbed its head. It actually bobbed its head and slithered away toward the barn. "Well," said Martha. "Well," said Jonathan. They didn't discuss it further that day, but that night after the boys were in bed, they sat on the porch with glasses of lemonade and stared at the stars and tried to make sense of the life they'd built. "He's not like Clark," Martha said carefully. "Clark's abilities are physical, strength, speed, the eyes, but what Harry does is something else." Jonathan nodded. He'd been thinking the same thing. Clark was extraordinary in ways that could be explained, at least theoretically, by alien biology. Different planet, different sun, different physical capabilities. It was strange, but it was science, or at least it was something that science might eventually explain. Harry was different. Harry defied explanation. Objects moved without being touched. Colors changed without cause. Animals understood him when he spoke in sounds that weren't sounds. Whatever Harry was, it wasn't alien. It was something else, something that felt older and deeper and more mysterious than even the boy from the stars sleeping in the next room. "Do you think we should try to find out where he really came from?" Martha asked. Jonathan was quiet for a long time. The crickets sang. The porch light attracted moths that threw shadows the size of birds against the wall. "He came from a cornfield," Jonathan said finally, "just like Clark. He came to us, Martha. That's where he's from here." She leaned against his shoulder and they sat in the dark, and the question of Harry's origins retreated to the place where unanswerable questions go, not forgotten, but set aside, because there were more immediate things to worry about, like keeping 2 impossible boys safe and secret and loved. The years between 2 and 5 were the golden years, the years the Kents would look back on with a nostalgia so sharp it ached. The farm was its own world, sealed off from the complications that would come later, and within its borders, Clark and Harry were simply brothers who happened to be remarkable. They invented games no other children could have played. Super Catch involved Clark throwing a ball as hard as he could, which was very hard, and Harry using his strange abilities to stop it in midair before it smashed through the barn wall. Color Tag involved Harry changing the color of whatever Clark was standing near, trying to make him laugh, while Clark tried to stay serious. Clark always lost. He was an easy laugher, generous with his joy in the way that some children are, as if happiness were something he had too much of and needed to give away. Harry was quieter. Even as a small child, he had a watchfulness about him, a tendency to observe before acting, to stand at the edge of things and take their measure. Martha noticed it and loved him for it without trying to change it. Jonathan noticed it and recognized something of himself in the boy, a careful, considered nature that would serve him well when the world beyond the farm finally demanded his attention. But Harry was not solemn. With Clark, he was a different child entirely, wild, laughing, inventive, brave. Clark drew Harry out the way sunlight draws a seed from the soil, and Harry grounded Clark the way roots hold a tree against the wind. They needed each other in ways that were obvious to anyone who watched them and impossible to articulate to anyone who didn't. When Harry was 4, something happened that changed the Kents' understanding of both their sons. It was a Tuesday in November, cold for Kansas, the sky the color of old pewter. Jonathan was repairing the fence in the north pasture, and he'd brought both boys with him because Martha was in town, and he didn't trust them alone in the house. Clark, at 7, was nominally helping, which meant he was hammering fence posts into the frozen ground with his bare hands, while Jonathan pretended not to notice that a 7-year-old shouldn't be able to drive a wooden post through permafrost like it was warm butter. Harry was sitting on the tailgate of the truck, wrapped in a coat that was slightly too big for him, reading a picture book about dinosaurs. He'd taught himself to read at 3, which was another thing the Kents had quietly added to the list of things they couldn't explain. The bull got loose. Angus, 2,000 pounds of black Angus beef cattle with a disposition that could charitably be described as difficult, had been agitated all morning, pacing his enclosure, bellowing at the gray sky. When Jonathan's back was turned, Angus charged the fence, broke through the weakened section that Jonathan hadn't gotten to yet, and came thundering across the pasture directly toward the truck where Harry sat. Harry looked up from his dinosaur book and saw 2,000 pounds of angry bovine bearing down on him at 30 miles per hour. He didn't scream. He didn't run. He raised one small hand, palm out, and Angus stopped. Not slowed, stopped, as if he'd hit a wall. His hooves tore furrows in the frozen dirt, his enormous body skidding forward another 3 feet before coming to a complete halt. He stood there, snorting, his wild eyes fixed on the small boy with the outstretched hand, and he did not move, could not move. Clark was there a half-second later, having crossed 100 yards of pasture in the time it took Jonathan to turn around. He stood between Harry and the bull, his fists clenched, his 7-year-old body rigid with a fury that made the air around him shimmer. "Don't touch my brother," Clark said. Harry lowered his hand. Angus, released from whatever invisible force had held him, backed away slowly, his aggression replaced by something that looked remarkably like respect. He turned and walked back to his enclosure with the careful dignity of an animal that has encountered something larger than itself and has decided wisely to leave it alone. Jonathan reached the truck 30 seconds later, out of breath, his heart hammering. He looked at Harry. He looked at Clark. He looked at the retreating bull. "Everyone okay?" he managed. Angus was being rude, Harry said, and went back to his dinosaur book. That night Jonathan sat both boys down at the kitchen table, the same table where he'd first examined Harry's blanket 4 years earlier, and had the conversation he'd been preparing for since he found a spaceship in his cornfield. "You boys are different," he said, "both of you. And I don't mean different like some kids are left-handed and some kids have red hair. I mean different in ways that the rest of the world isn't ready to understand." Clark looked at his hands. He knew. He'd known for a while, in the way that children know things, not as facts but as feelings, a persistent awareness that the strength in his body was not normal, that the things he could see and hear were beyond what anyone else experienced. Harry looked at his father. He knew too, though his knowing was different from Clark's. Harry's knowing was wrapped up in the strange energy that hummed beneath his skin, the force that moved things without touching them and changed things without effort and spoke to creatures in languages that shouldn't exist. "What are we?" Clark asked. Jonathan took a long breath. "Clark, you came from somewhere very far away, a place called Krypton. Your birth parents sent you here because their world was dying and they wanted you to live." Clark's eyes widened. He'd suspected something. Children always suspect, but hearing it spoken aloud made it real in a way that suspicion never could. "And Harry," Jonathan continued, turning to the smaller boy, "you came to us in a way I still don't fully understand. You appeared in our field, wrapped in a blanket covered in symbols I've never been able to read. I don't know where you were born or who your birth parents were, but I know this. You have abilities, Harry, both of you do, and the world will fear those abilities if it ever learns about them." "Why?" Harry asked. "Because people fear what they don't understand. It's the oldest story there is." Martha, who'd been standing in the doorway, came to the table and sat down. She put one hand on Clark's shoulder and the other on Harry's. "Your father and I chose to raise you both," she said. "Not because we had to, but because we wanted to, because you're our sons. And nothing about where you came from or what you can do changes that. But we need you to understand something, both of you. These gifts you have, they're not toys. They're not tricks, they are responsibilities." "What does that mean?" Clark asked. Jonathan leaned forward. "It means that every day you have to choose what kind of person you're going to be. Your abilities give you power that most people will never have. That power can protect people. It can help people, or it can hurt people. The choice is yours, and you'll have to make it over and over again for the rest of your lives." "I don't want to hurt anyone," Harry said immediately, his green eyes fierce. "I know you don't, son. Neither does Clark, and that's exactly why I trust you both. But trust isn't given once, it's earned every day. Remember that." The conversation ended there, as conversations with children often do, not with resolution, but with the planting of a seed that would grow slowly and steadily in the fertile soil of young minds. Clark went to bed that night thinking about Krypton, about parents he'd never known, about a world that had died so he could live. Harry went to bed thinking about the blanket in the attic, the symbols he couldn't read, the life he couldn't remember. They were 5 and 7 years old, and they already carried the weight of secrets that would have crushed most adults. But they were Kent's, and Kent's endure. The Smallville elementary school years tested the family's commitment to secrecy in ways that the farm never could. The farm was a controlled environment. Jonathan and Martha could manage what happened within its borders. School was chaos, populated by children who noticed everything and adults who noticed almost as much. Clark entered first grade already able to outrun a car, hear conversations from across the building, and see through walls. He learned to suppress these abilities with a discipline remarkable for a child his age, coached by Jonathan, who drilled into him the importance of being ordinary. "Be Clark Kent," Jonathan would say. "Not Krypton, not the boy from the sky, just Clark, the farmer's kid who likes books and is bad at sports." Clark was, in fact, excellent at sports, which made pretending to be bad at them one of the more challenging deceptions of his young life. He learned to run just fast enough, throw just far enough, jump just high enough. He learned to flinch when baseballs came at his head, even though baseballs couldn't hurt him. He learned to lose at arm wrestling. Harry's concealment was more difficult because Harry's abilities were less physical and therefore less predictable. Clark could choose not to use his strength. Harry's magic had a mind of its own. In kindergarten, Harry made the classroom hamster talk, not in Parseltongue, actual English words, coming from the mouth of a golden hamster named Mr. Whiskers, who announced to the horrified class that he was tired of running on his wheel and would like some real food, please. The teacher fainted. The students screamed. Harry sat in his chair looking stricken, his small hands clenched in his lap, knowing he'd done something wrong but not understanding what. Jonathan was called to the school. He sat in the principal's office and explained, with the calm authority of a man who'd rehearsed this kind of thing, that the children had obviously been playing a game and the teacher had overreacted. The principal, who had known Jonathan Kent for 20 years and considered him one of the most reliable men in the county, accepted this explanation. The hamster did not speak again. Harry made sure of that, though it did seem noticeably more content in the weeks that followed. There were other incidents. In first grade, Harry got angry at a boy who was picking on a smaller child, and every window in the classroom cracked simultaneously. In second grade, he accidentally turned the school's entire supply of white chalk into sticks of solid chocolate. In third grade, during a spelling bee, the words he was asked to spell appeared in glowing letters in the air in front of him. Each incident required damage control. Jonathan and Martha developed a playbook: arrive quickly, speak calmly, offer plausible explanations, and if necessary, imply that whoever reported the incident might benefit from a vacation. It worked more often than it should have, partly because the incidents were so bizarre that no rational adult wanted to believe they'd actually happened, and partly because the Kents were the most respected family in Smallville, and no one wanted to call them liars. But Harry felt each incident like a wound. He was not like Clark, who could compartmentalize his abilities and his identity with a precision that bordered on superhuman in its own right. Harry's magic was part of him in a way that Clark's strength was not part of Clark. It was woven into his emotions, his thoughts, his very sense of self. Suppressing it felt like holding his breath. He could do it for a while, but eventually something would give. Martha saw this and worried. She watched her younger son grow quieter as the years passed, more careful, more guarded. She watched him pull away from classmates who got too close, afraid of what might happen if he let his guard down. She watched him sit alone at lunch, reading books about mythology and folklore, searching, she realized, for stories about people like him. He needs to know he's not the only one, Martha told Jonathan one night after the boys were in bed. Clark has the ship. He has the crystals from Krypton. He knows there were others like him, even if they're gone, but Harry has nothing. He has a blanket and a scar and a world that doesn't make sense. What do you want me to do, Martha? I can't explain something I don't understand. I know, but we can't let him grow up thinking he's a mistake. Something out there put him in our field. Something knew he'd be safe here. And whatever that something is, it's connected to who he really is. He deserves to find out. Jonathan agreed, though he had no idea how to deliver on that promise. The symbols on the blanket remained indecipherable. The scar on Harry's forehead never faded, and the strange things Harry could do only grew stranger and more powerful as he aged. But somewhere across the Atlantic, in a castle hidden from the non-magical world by enchantments 1,000 years old, a quill scratched a name in a great leather-bound book, and had been scratching it every year on the same date since a night when a boy vanished from the wreckage of a cottage in Godric's Hollow. Harry Potter, the book said. Location, unknown. The quill hesitated, then added as if unsure, Kansas. The clock was ticking. The wizarding world was searching. And in Smallville, two brothers played in a cornfield, unaware that the universe had plans for both of them that extended far beyond the borders of Lowell County. Harry turned 5 on July 31st, and Clark, who took birthdays very seriously, spent the entire morning decorating the barn with streamers he'd hung by floating up to the rafters when he thought no one was looking. Martha baked a cake shaped like a lightning bolt, which she immediately regretted because it made Harry touch his scar and go quiet for a moment. But then Clark picked him up, spun him around at approximately the speed of sound, and deposited him in front of a pile of presents. And the moment passed. The gifts were modest. The Kents were not wealthy people. Jonathan gave Harry a pocket knife with a bone handle, the same kind his own father had given him. Martha gave him a new set of colored pencils and a sketchbook, because Harry had recently discovered a talent for drawing that was entirely natural and had nothing to do with magic. Clark's gift was a rock. "It's from the ship," Clark whispered, pressing the small, smooth stone into Harry's palm. It was dark blue, almost black, with flecks of silver that caught the light like trapped stars. "It's from Krypton, so you have something from outer space too." Harry held the rock carefully, as if it were alive. "You don't have to give me this. I want to. You're my brother. We share everything." Harry put the rock in his pocket, where it would stay for the next 6 years, carried everywhere, touched in moments of stress like a talisman, which, in a way, it was. The summer Harry was 5 and Clark was 8, they built a fort in the oak tree at the edge of the property. Clark did the heavy lifting, literally, hauling planks up the trunk and nailing them into place with his thumb, while Harry sat below and drew blueprints on his sketchpad. The fort was structurally questionable by any engineering standard, but it was theirs, and they spent every free hour in it. It was in the fort that they had their first real conversation about what they were. "Do you think there are others?" Harry asked one afternoon. They were lying on the wooden floor, staring up through the gaps in the roof at a sky that was doing the Kansas thing, turning colors that no painting could capture, pinks and golds and purples that stretched from horizon to horizon. "Others like us," Clark frowned. "Dad says I'm the only one from Krypton. The planet blew up." "Not from Krypton, like us generally. People who can do things." Clark considered this. "Maybe. There's a lot of people in the world. I don't mean people who are strong or smart. I mean people who can do what I do. The moving things, the talking to animals, he waved his hand vaguely, stuff. Your magic stuff. It's not magic." "It's definitely magic, Harry." Harry was quiet for a moment. The wind moved through the oak leaves, creating a sound like applause. "What if I'm the only one? What if there's nobody else in the whole world who can do what I do?" Clark rolled onto his side and looked at his brother with an expression of absolute certainty, the expression of a child who has not yet learned to doubt the things he feels most strongly. "You're not the only one," he said. "You can't be. The universe doesn't work like that. And even if you are, even if there's nobody else in the whole world who can do the things you do, so what? You've got me. You've got Mom and Dad. You're a Kent. That's enough." Harry smiled. It was a small smile, but it was real, and it reached his eyes in a way that Martha would have wept to see, because it was the smile of a boy who, for a moment at least, believed he belonged. "Yeah," Harry said, "that's enough." But it wasn't enough. Not quite. Because the questions didn't stop, and the magic didn't stop, and somewhere inside Harry Kent, Harry Potter, though he didn't know that name yet, there was a place that ached with not knowing. Not knowing who his birth parents were, not knowing why he had a lightning bolt scar on his forehead, not knowing why he could do the things he could do, not knowing if there was a word for what he was. That word, of course, was wizard, and in 6 years someone would come to tell him. But that's a story for another chapter, and this one has a little further to go. The summer turned to autumn and autumn to winter, and the Kent farm settled into the rhythms that had governed it for 4 generations. Chores in the morning, school during the week, church on Sunday, dinner together every night, no exceptions, no excuses, the 4 of them around the kitchen table that was the center of the household's gravity. Jonathan taught both boys to work, real work, the kind that leaves calluses and teaches patience. Clark could have done every chore on the farm in 30 seconds, but Jonathan made him do them at human speed, because the point wasn't efficiency. The point was character. "You build a fence post by post," Jonathan told Clark, standing over him as the boy hammered methodically, his strength reined in to a fraction of its potential. "You don't skip ahead. You don't take shortcuts. Every post matters, and if you rush one, the whole fence is weak. Harry's chores were different: feeding the chickens, collecting eggs, mucking out stalls, tasks that required patience and gentleness rather than strength. He excelled at them. The animals loved him. The chickens would follow him around the yard like a feathered entourage. The horses nuzzled his pockets for the sugar cubes he always carried. Even Angus, the bull who had charged him 2 years earlier, would amble over to the fence when Harry walked by and stand there, chewing cud, with an expression of bovine devotion. "That boy has a gift with animals," Martha told Jonathan. "Beyond the talking to snakes thing, the animals trust him." "Animals are good judges of character," Jonathan said, which was as close as he ever came to sentimentality. The years accumulated. Clark grew tall and handsome, and increasingly aware that the careful, ordinary life his parents had built for him was a shell over something vast and terrifying and magnificent. Harry grew lean and dark-haired and green-eyed, his mother's eyes though he didn't know it, and the magic grew with him, pressing against the boundaries of concealment like water against a dam. At 6, Harry discovered he could fly. Not Superman style, he couldn't launch himself into the sky and soar over continents, but he could hover. He could float upward, slowly, gracefully, like a balloon with a mind of its own, and hang in the air for minutes at a time. He discovered this in the barn, alone on a rainy afternoon when Clark was at a friend's house and the farm felt too quiet without him. Harry had climbed the ladder to the hayloft, stood at the edge looking down at the floor 20 feet below, and thought, very clearly, "I wonder what it would be like to fall and not hit the ground." He stepped off the edge and floated. He hung in the air, his arms outstretched, his eyes wide, his heart hammering with a cocktail of terror and exhilaration that he would spend the rest of his life chasing. Below him, the barn floor was distant and solid and irrelevant. Above him, the rafters creaked in the wind. He was suspended in the space between, weightless, free, and for the first time in his life, perfectly happy. Jonathan found him an hour later, still floating, reading his dinosaur book. He'd graduated to more advanced dinosaur books by now, 20 feet above the barn floor. "Harry James Kent, you come down from there right now." Harry looked down. "I don't know how." It took another hour. A ladder and Clark, who'd come home and was hovering at Harry's level with a look of intense amusement, to get Harry back on solid ground. Jonathan added flying to the list of things we don't do in public and went to fix the tractor, which was the Kent family equivalent of therapy. At 7, Harry had his first encounter with something dark. It happened in the forest that bordered the Kent property to the north, a stretch of old-growth woodland that the family used for firewood and the boys used for adventure. Harry was walking alone, collecting interesting rocks for a project, when the temperature dropped. It dropped all at once, like plunging into cold water. The air went from autumnal crispness to bone-deep frigidity in the space of a breath. Harry's exhale came out as a cloud of white. Frost crept across the fallen leaves at his feet, and then he heard his mother screaming. Not Martha. His real mother, the mother he didn't remember, the woman who died in the ruins of a cottage in a village he'd never seen. He heard her voice as if she were standing right behind him, screaming a word he couldn't make out, and the sound was the worst thing he'd ever heard, worse than anything he'd imagined in his worst nightmares. Harry stumbled backward, his hands over his ears. The cold intensified. The trees around him went dark, as if something had drained the color from the world, and in the shadows between the trunks, something moved, something tall and cloaked and wrong, a figure that seemed to be made of the cold itself, gliding toward him with a horrible, rasping sound. Fear hit Harry like a physical blow. Not normal fear, not the kind you feel when a bull charges or a storm rolls in. This was existential fear, the kind that reaches into the deepest part of you and pulls out everything you've ever been afraid of and shows it to you all at once. He fell to his knees. And then something else happened. Something that came from the same place as the magic, deeper, maybe, or older, or both. A warmth bloomed in Harry's chest, starting at his heart and radiating outward, pushing back against the cold with a force that felt less like power and more like love. His mother's scream faded. The cold receded. The dark figure stopped, hesitated, and then impossibly turned and fled, dissolving into the shadows like smoke in wind. Harry knelt on the forest floor, shaking, crying, warm. He never told anyone about the figure in the woods. Not Jonathan, not Martha, not even Clark. He buried the memory the way children bury the things that terrify them, deep, where they can't be seen, but never deep enough to be forgotten. Years later, he would learn that the creature was a Dementor, a lost one, separated from Azkaban, drawn across the Atlantic by the same magical shockwave that had brought Harry to Kansas. He would learn that the warmth that saved him was the residue of his mother's sacrifice, the love that Lily Potter had woven into his very blood. But at 7, he knew only that something terrible had come for him in the woods, and something inside him had driven it away. He was Harry Kent. He was a boy who could do impossible things, and whatever was coming for him, whatever the future held, he would face it the way his father had taught him, post by post. No shortcuts. Every moment matters. The wind blew across the Kansas plains, carrying with it the scent of wheat and rain and possibility, and in a farmhouse at the edge of a small town that the rest of the world had forgotten, 2 brothers sat at a kitchen table and did their homework, and outside the window, the sky burned with the last light of a dying day, and everything was about to change. But not yet. Not yet. Chapter 1 end. Chapter 2. 2 kinds of strange. Clark Kent turned 10 years old on a Wednesday in June, and celebrated by accidentally setting the kitchen curtains on fire with his eyes. It happened at breakfast, the way most catastrophes in the Kent household happened, without warning, in the middle of something mundane. Martha had made pancakes, the kind with blueberries that Clark loved, and Jonathan was reading the Smallville Ledger and drinking coffee that was too hot and too strong, the way he'd drunk it every morning for 20 years. Harry was at the table with his sketchbook, drawing a portrait of Captain the dog, who was asleep on the kitchen floor in a patch of sunlight. Clark reached for the syrup. His eyes itched. They'd been itching all week, a sensation like tiny pins pressing against the backs of his eyeballs, and he rubbed them with the heel of his hand. When he opened them, 2 beams of red light shot from his pupils and struck the curtains above the sink. The curtains were the purple ones, the ones Harry had accidentally changed from beige 6 years earlier and Martha had decided she preferred. They went up like tissue paper, flames crawling toward the ceiling with hungry speed. Martha screamed. Jonathan dropped his newspaper. Harry raised his hand and the fire went out, not slowly. Not the way fire goes out when you throw water on it, sputtering and steaming and fighting for survival. The fire simply stopped existing. One moment it was there, orange and hot and dangerous, and the next it was gone, replaced by a thin layer of frost across the charred fabric, as if Harry had not merely extinguished the flames but reversed them, turning heat into cold through an act of will that defied every known law of thermodynamics. Everyone stared at the curtains. "Sorry," Clark said, his face white with horror. "Me too," Harry said, looking at the frost on the curtains with an expression that suggested he wasn't entirely sure what he'd just done. Jonathan set down his coffee. "Clark, go sit in the barn. Don't look at anything. Harry, we need to talk about temperature." The heat vision was the latest in a series of developments that had been escalating since Clark turned 9. First came the super hearing, the ability to hear conversations from miles away, which had nearly driven Clark insane before Jonathan taught him to filter the noise. Then came the X-ray vision, which Clark discovered during a particularly boring math class when he realized he could see through his textbook to the answer key on the teacher's desk. He'd told Jonathan about that one immediately, which Jonathan appreciated and also found deeply inconvenient, because it meant he had to have a conversation about ethics with a 9-year-old who could cheat on every test for the rest of his life without ever getting caught. Just because you can do something doesn't mean you should, Jonathan had said, a phrase that had become the unofficial Kent family motto. Clark, to his credit, never cheated. Not once. He earned every grade on his own merits, which meant he got B's in math instead of A's, and he was fine with that. The B's were honest. Clark Kent was many things, but dishonest was not one of them. The heat vision, though, that was different from the other abilities. The hearing and the sight were passive. They happened whether Clark wanted them to or not. The heat vision was active, it was destructive, and it scared him. What if I hurt someone? Clark asked Jonathan that afternoon in the barn, sitting on a hay bale with his head in his hands. What if I'm at school and my eyes itch and what if I burn someone? Jonathan sat beside him. The barn was quiet, the horses dozing in their stalls, dust motes drifting in the light that fell through the high windows. Then we practice, he said. Every day until you have control, until it's as natural as breathing. What if I can't control it? You can, you control everything else. This is different, Dad. This one can kill. Jonathan was quiet for a moment. Then he put his hand on Clark's shoulder carefully, because Clark was at the age where physical affection from parents was starting to feel complicated, and Jonathan respected that. Clark, when you were 3 years old, you picked up the tractor, the whole tractor. You carried it across the yard because you wanted to see the cat that was hiding underneath it. If you dropped that tractor, it would have crushed you, or it would have, if you were anyone else. The point is, you've been dangerous since the day you arrived. And every single day since then, you've chosen not to hurt anyone. That's not luck. That's character. You have this, son. They practiced every evening for the rest of the summer. Jonathan set up targets in the back pasture, old fence posts, empty oil drums, hay bales at increasing distances. Clark would focus, let the heat build behind his eyes and release it in controlled bursts. At first, the results were erratic, beams going wide, scorching the grass, once igniting a tree that Harry had to put out with another one of his impossible cold snaps. But gradually, incrementally, Clark gained control. By August, he could light a candle from 50 yards. By September, he could write his name in a steel plate with the precision of a laser. Harry watched every practice session from the fence, fascinated. He couldn't do anything remotely similar. His abilities were not elemental in that way, but he was endlessly curious about Clark's powers, the way a scientist is curious about a phenomenon that challenges existing theory. It's thermal energy, Harry said one evening, lying on the grass while Clark melted a row of tin cans at the far end of the field. Your body absorbs solar radiation and converts it. That's why you're stronger in summer. Clark paused, lowered his hands from his temples. How do you know that? I've been reading. Reading what? They don't teach solar-powered aliens in 4th grade. Library books, physics, biology, some chemistry. Harry shrugged the way he did when he was trying to make something extraordinary sound ordinary. Your abilities have patterns, they follow rules. I've been trying to figure out the rules. Clark stared at him. Harry was 9. He was reading college-level physics to understand his brother's alien biology. This was, Clark thought, either the most touching or the most disturbing thing he'd ever heard. Have you figured out the rules for your stuff? Clark asked. Harry's expression shifted. Something closed behind his eyes, a door that Clark had seen shut before. The door Harry retreated behind whenever someone got too close to the thing he didn't understand about himself. No, Harry said quietly. My stuff doesn't have rules. This was not entirely true. Harry's abilities did have rules, but they were the rules of magic, not science, and no amount of physics textbooks would reveal them. Magic operated on principles of intent and emotion and will. It responded to desire, amplified by focus, shaped by language and gesture and the mysterious architecture of the wizard's inner life. It could not be measured in joules or watts or lumens. It could not be graphed or predicted or reproduced under laboratory conditions. It was, in the strictest sense, impossible, and it happened anyway. Harry had been testing his abilities in secret for years. Not the accidental outbursts that had plagued his school career. Those were involuntary, the magical equivalent of a sneeze. The deliberate experiments were different. Late at night, when the house was dark and Clark was asleep, Harry would sit cross-legged on his bed and practice. He could move objects, not just push them, he could make them dance. He discovered this with a set of marbles, lifting them one by one from the jar on his dresser and sending them in orbits around his head, each one following a different trajectory, never colliding. The concentration required was immense, like trying to think in multiple directions simultaneously, but the result was beautiful, the marbles tracing luminous arcs in the darkness of his bedroom like tiny planets orbiting a green-eyed sun. He could change things. Not just colors, though colors were the easiest, but textures, shapes, even compositions. He'd turned a pencil into a fountain pen. He'd turned a glass of water into a glass of orange juice, which he'd drunk and found perfectly normal. He turned a dead leaf into a living butterfly, which had fluttered around his room for an hour before dissolving back into a leaf on his windowsill. He could feel things at a distance. This was the ability that frightened him most because it had no physical analog. He could close his eyes and sense the world around him, not see it, not hear it, but know it, the way you know the position of your own hand in the dark. He could feel the heartbeat of a mouse in the wall. He could feel the slow, dreaming consciousness of the horses in the barn. He could feel Clark's presence like a bonfire 2 rooms away, enormous and warm and unmistakable. And sometimes, when the night was very quiet and his concentration was very deep, he could feel something else. Something far away and vast and watching. Not malevolent, not like the thing in the woods, but attentive, interested, as if the universe itself were leaning in to observe him. It scared him, so he stopped reaching for it. He pulled his awareness back to the farm, to the house, to his room, to the marbles circling his head in their silent, impossible dance, and he didn't tell anyone about the thing he'd felt watching. Some fears are too large to share, even with the people you love most. The fall of Harry's 9th year brought 2 events that would alter the trajectory of the Kent family's carefully constructed normalcy. The first was Lex Luthor. Lex was 16, bald as an egg since a meteor shower incident in his childhood, and already possessed of an intelligence that made most adults uncomfortable. His father, Lionel Luthor, billionaire, industrialist, and by most accounts a thoroughly unpleasant human being, had been buying property in Smallville for years, slowly and quietly, the way a python acquires territory by existing near things smaller than itself until they stop resisting. Luthor Corp had already taken over the old fertilizer plant. Now Lionel was buying farmland, making offers that were generous enough to be suspicious to anyone paying attention and irresistible to anyone who wasn't. 3 families on the Kent's Road had already sold. The Hendersons. The Potters, no relation, just an unfortunate coincidence that made Harry flinch every time he heard the name. The Wilsons. Jonathan Kent was not selling. This was understood in Smallville the way certain geological features are understood, as permanent, immovable, and not subject to negotiation. Lex Luthor arrived in Smallville in September, sent by his father to oversee the fertilizer plant as a combination of business education and punishment for an incident at his boarding school that no one would discuss in detail. He drove a silver Porsche, wore clothes that cost more than the Kent family's annual grocery budget, and had a smile that Clark described as like a shark's, but on purpose. Harry's assessment was more nuanced. "He's lonely," Harry told Clark after their first encounter, a chance meeting at the gas station on the edge of town, where Lex was filling up the Porsche and Harry was waiting in the truck while Jonathan bought feed. "He's a Luther," Clark said, as if that settled things. "So, we're Kents. That doesn't tell you everything about us either." Clark didn't have an answer for that because Harry was right and Clark was old enough to know it. The second event was the man in the purple cloak. Harry saw him first. It was a Saturday morning in October, the air crisp with the promise of winter, the trees along Main Street blazing in their final display of gold and crimson. Harry was walking to the library, his weekend ritual, rain or shine, when he noticed a man standing on the corner of Main and Elm, looking at a map with an expression of bewildered frustration. The man was old, not elderly, but well past middle age, with a long face, a sharp nose, and hair that was dark and slightly greasy, as if he'd been traveling for a long time without access to adequate facilities. He wore a long purple cloak over what appeared to be old-fashioned robes, and he was holding the map upside down. In Smallville, where fashion choices tended toward the practical and the understated, a man in a purple cloak was approximately as subtle as a fireworks display. Harry should have walked past. Every instinct his parents had drilled into him said to avoid strangers, especially strange strangers, especially strange strangers who dressed like they'd wandered out of a Renaissance fair. But something about the man snagged Harry's attention, a feeling, not quite recognition but not quite ignorance either, as if he were seeing someone he'd met in a dream. "Are you lost?" Harry asked. The man looked up from his map. His eyes were black and sharp and immediately, intensely focused on Harry's face. His gaze moved to Harry's forehead, to the scar that was partially hidden by the dark hair that fell across it, and something happened in those black eyes, a cascade of emotions too rapid to identify, ending in an expression that Harry could only describe as shock. "No," the man said, in a voice that was British and precise and loaded with something that might have been pain. "Not anymore." He folded the map, tucked it into his cloak, and walked away before Harry could ask another question. He turned the corner onto Elm Street and was gone. Harry stood on the sidewalk, his heart beating fast, his scar tingling, actually tingling for the first time he could remember, and the feeling of being watched that he'd felt in his bedroom was back, stronger than ever. He went to the library. He checked out 3 books on British folklore. He did not tell his parents about the man in the purple cloak, but the man came back. Harry saw him again 2 weeks later, outside the school, watching the children stream out at 3 o'clock from across the street. Then again at the grocery store, examining a can of beans with the confusion of someone who had never seen a can of beans before. Then again at the edge of the Kent property, standing at the road, looking at the farmhouse with an expression that Martha, who spotted him from the kitchen window, described as hungry. "There's a man watching our house," Martha told Jonathan that evening. Jonathan's response was immediate and unequivocal. He went to the gun safe, retrieved the shotgun, and walked to the end of the driveway. The man was still there, standing in the dusk like a peculiar scarecrow. "Can I help you?" Jonathan said in the tone he used when he meant the exact opposite. The man looked at Jonathan with those sharp black eyes. "You are Jonathan Kent." "I am, and you're on my property." "I mean no harm. I am looking for someone." "There's nobody here for you to find. Move along." The man hesitated. His gaze moved past Jonathan toward the farmhouse where the kitchen light was on and 2 silhouettes, one tall, one shorter, were visible through the window. "The boy," the man said. "The younger one, his name is Harry." Jonathan's grip on the shotgun tightened. "You need to leave." "Mr. Kent, please, I have been searching for a very long time. I was sent by. I don't care who sent you. I'm telling you to get off my land." The man stared at Jonathan for a long moment. Then something extraordinary happened. He raised his hand and the shotgun in Jonathan's grip turned into a bouquet of sunflowers. Jonathan looked at the sunflowers. He looked at the man. He did not step backward. "That's a neat trick," Jonathan said, his voice steady as stone. "But my son can do better. Now get off my land or I'll let him show you." The man's expression changed. Not fear, something more complex. Respect, maybe, or recognition. He reached into his cloak, pulled out a small white card and placed it on the fence post. "My name is Severus Snape," he said. "When the boy is ready, I will return." He turned, walked 10 paces down the road and vanished. Not walked away, vanished. One moment he was there, his purple cloak billowing in the evening wind, and the next he was gone, leaving nothing behind but a white card on a fence post, and a farmer holding a bouquet of sunflowers where his shotgun used to be. Jonathan looked at the sunflowers for a long time. Then he looked at the card. It read, "Severus Snape Potions Master Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry" below the printed text, in handwriting so precise it could have been typeset. "He has her eyes." Jonathan put the card in his pocket. He walked back to the house. The sunflowers turned back into a shotgun halfway across the yard, which he found more unsettling than the initial transformation. He put the gun in the safe, went to the kitchen, and sat down at the table. "Who was that?" Martha asked. "Trouble," Jonathan said, then more quietly, "or answers, I'm not sure which." He didn't show Martha the card that night, or the next night, or the night after that. He kept it in his wallet behind his driver's license, and sometimes he'd take it out and look at it and read the handwritten words and wonder what they meant. He has her eyes. Whose eyes? And how did this man, this wizard, because that's what the card said, and Jonathan Kent was not a man who denied evidence. How did this wizard know Harry's eyes? The questions burrowed into Jonathan's mind like seeds into soil, and he couldn't stop them growing. Meanwhile, the boys continued to grow in their own ways. Clark, at 12, was becoming something remarkable even by Kent family standards. His strength had passed any meaningful benchmark months ago. He could lift the barn if he needed to, though Jonathan had expressly forbidden testing this theory. His speed was similarly absurd. He'd run to Metropolis and back one Saturday morning before breakfast, a round trip of 600 miles, and arrived home without even breathing hard. But it was the flying that changed everything. It happened on a Tuesday in March, the sky gray and heavy with the promise of late-season snow. Clark was in the field, running, really running, not the careful, measured trot he used in public, and something shifted. The ground fell away. His feet were no longer touching the earth. He was airborne, rocketing upward with a force that punched through the cloud layer and deposited him in the brilliant blue of the upper atmosphere, where the air was thin and cold, and the curve of the planet was visible on the horizon. Clark hung there miles above the earth, and for the first time in his life he felt like himself. Not Clark Kent, the farmer's kid who was bad at sports, not the alien who had to hide, just himself. A being of extraordinary power, suspended between the planet that had adopted him and the stars that had birthed him, free in a way that he'd never been free before. He stayed up there for an hour, turning slow circles in the stratosphere, watching the world spin beneath him. Then he came down, landed in the back pasture with a boom that cracked the frozen ground, and walked into the kitchen with the biggest smile Harry had ever seen. "I can fly," Clark said. Harry grinned. "About time. I've been floating since I was 6. Floating is not flying, Harry. Floating is flying for people with dignity." Clark laughed, a full, unreserved laugh that shook the windows and picked Harry up in a hug that would have crushed a normal person's ribcage. "Put me down, you alien gorilla. Say I'm the best brother in the world. You're the most modest brother in the world. Put me down." Clark put him down and immediately flew back outside to practice. Harry watched from the porch, wrapped in a blanket, a mug of hot chocolate in his hands, his green eyes tracking his brother's silhouette against the gray sky. Clark was a dark shape against the clouds, banking and rolling and climbing with a joy so pure it was almost visible, a contrail of happiness against the winter sky. Harry smiled, but there was something behind the smile, a shadow that Martha, watching from the window, recognized. It was the shadow of a boy who loved his brother completely and was beginning to realize that their paths might diverge. Clark's abilities were growing exponentially. They were physical, testable, limited only by biology. Harry's abilities were different. They grew too, but in directions that had no name and no map. Clark was becoming something the world might one day celebrate. Harry was becoming something the world might never understand. The spring of that year brought a different kind of discovery. Harry was in the attic, looking for a box of old comics that Clark had promised to lend him when he found the blanket. He'd seen it before, of course. Martha had kept it in a cedar chest at the foot of the bed Harry no longer slept in. He'd moved to his own room at 7, and Harry had occasionally glimpsed it when she opened the chest for extra quilts in winter. But he'd never examined it closely. It was just a blanket. His blanket from when he was a baby, but just a blanket. Except it wasn't. He knew that the moment he touched it. The wool was warm, warmer than it should have been, warmer than the cool attic air could account for, and it hummed against his skin, the same hum he felt when he used his abilities, but external, coming from the fabric itself. He spread it out on the attic floor and looked at the symbols stitched into the hem. He could read them, not in the way you read English, decoding letters into sounds into meaning. He could read them the way you read a face, instinctively, holistically, the meaning arriving in his mind complete and whole without the intermediate step of translation. Protection, love, sacrifice, home. The symbols weren't a language. They were emotions, encoded in thread, stitched by someone who had loved the intended recipient with a ferocity that transcended death. Harry knelt on the attic floor and held the blanket and cried, not from sadness, but from the overwhelming realization that someone had loved him like this. Someone he'd never known, someone who'd given everything to keep him safe, had woven their love into wool and runes and magic, and it had carried him across an ocean and deposited him in a cornfield in Kansas, in the arms of a woman who would raise him as her own. He cried for a long time. Then he folded the blanket carefully, put it back in the cedar chest, went downstairs and hugged Martha so hard she spilled her tea. "What's that for?" she asked, smiling. "Just because," Harry said. Martha looked at him, really looked, the way mothers do when they're reading the story written on their child's face, and her smile softened into something deeper. She knew. She didn't know the specifics, but she knew. Mothers always do. "I love you too, sweetheart," she said. Harry carried the knowledge of the blanket inside him like a coal in his chest, warm, glowing, occasionally painful. It confirmed what he'd suspected, that he was not simply strange. He was something specific. There was a word for what he was, and there were others like him, and someone out there knew his name. The card in Jonathan's wallet seemed to burn with renewed significance, though Harry didn't know it existed yet. The summer Harry turned 9 brought one more piece to the puzzle that was his identity, and this one came not from magic or mystery, but from the perfectly ordinary phenomenon of public television. It was a Sunday evening in August, thunderstorms rolling across the plains, the sky doing its Kansas thing again, turning the color of a bruise, purple and green and black. The clouds stacked like mountain ranges against the dying light. The family was gathered in the living room, the television on for background noise while Jonathan read, Martha knitted, and the boys played chess. Harry was winning, as he usually did, though Clark was getting better. He'd started reading chess strategy books, applying the same methodical determination to the game that he applied to everything. The evening news came on. The anchor, a woman with perfect hair and a serious expression, was talking about an incident in Metropolis. A construction crane had collapsed on a busy street. 12 people were trapped. Emergency services were on the scene, but the crane was too heavy for conventional equipment. Then the footage changed. Shaky, handheld camera footage, someone's phone probably, showing the scene from a distance. The crane was massive, a twisted wreck of steel beams and cables sprawled across 3 lanes of traffic. Fire trucks and ambulances clustered around it like worried ants. And then a figure appeared. Distant, difficult to make out in the shaky footage. A figure in the air, descending toward the crane, moving with a speed and purpose that was unmistakable. Jonathan looked up from his book. The figure, a man, clearly, though his features were impossible to resolve in the low-quality footage, landed beside the crane, bent down and lifted it. Just lifted it. 20 tons of steel and cable, raised above his head like a prop in a school play and set gently to one side while the trapped people scrambled free. The camera zoomed in, blurry and shaking, and for just a moment the figure was visible, tall, broad-shouldered, wearing what looked like workman's clothes, his face turned away from the camera. Then he crouched and launched himself into the sky and was gone. The anchor came back on screen, visibly shaken. Officials are investigating what appears to be a miraculous rescue in downtown Metropolis this afternoon. Eyewitnesses describe a man with apparent superhuman strength who. Jonathan turned off the television. The room was very quiet. Clark was staring at the blank screen with an expression Harry had never seen before, not shock, not fear, but recognition. The way you look at a mirror when you see your own face for the first time and understand, truly understand, that the person looking back is you. Clark, Jonathan said carefully. It wasn't me, Clark said quickly. I was here all day. I know it wasn't you, but whoever that was, he's like me. The words hung in the air. Clark's voice was steady, but his hands were shaking. Harry reached across the chessboard and gripped his brother's wrist. He's like you, Harry said. You're not the only one. Clark looked at Harry and his eyes were bright with something that might have been tears. I thought I was. Dad always said the planet was destroyed. Everyone was gone. I thought I was the last. Maybe you're not, Martha said gently. Or maybe someone else has abilities like yours for different reasons. There are a lot of possibilities, Clark. We don't know anything yet, Jonathan added, his voice carrying the firm calm he deployed when things threatened to spiral. But we'll find out. Carefully. In the meantime, nothing changes. You're Clark Kent. You're a kid in Smallville. The rest of the world can wait. Clark nodded. But Harry could feel it, that furnace of emotion inside his brother, banked but not extinguished. The knowledge that there was someone else out there who could do what Clark could do had shifted something fundamental in Clark's understanding of himself. He wasn't the last. He wasn't alone. Harry understood that hunger better than anyone, because he felt it too, the desperate, aching need to know that you are not the only one. That somewhere in the world, there are others who see what you see and feel what you feel and carry the same impossible weight. The summer ended. School started. Harry entered 4th grade and Clark entered 7th, and the rhythms of ordinary life reasserted themselves with the stubborn persistence of Kansas weather. But underneath the ordinariness, things were shifting. Clark was starting to think about the future, about what he might become, about the man on the news who could lift cranes and fly, about the possibility that there was a purpose to his abilities that extended beyond the borders of the farm. And Harry was thinking about the past, about the blanket, about the symbols, about the man in the purple cloak who had turned his father's shotgun into sunflowers and left a card that said Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Witchcraft, wizardry, words that sounded like fairy tales but felt, when Harry turned them over in his mind, like truth. The incident with the snakes accelerated things. It happened in late October, almost exactly 8 years after Harry had arrived in the Kent family's cornfield, though he didn't know the significance of the date. Harry was walking home from school, taking the long way through the fields because the weather was warm for autumn and he wanted to think, when he came across a nest of copperheads. Copperheads were common in Kansas, venomous but generally not aggressive, content to sun themselves on rocks and avoid human contact. This nest, though, was different. There were dozens of them, coiled together in a depression at the base of a fallen tree, and they were agitated. Harry could feel their distress before he saw them, a prickling sensation at the base of his skull, like static electricity, that he'd learned to associate with serpent communication. He knelt at a safe distance and listened. The snakes were speaking, not in words, but in the hissing, sibilant language that Harry had been able to understand since he was 2 years old. They were frightened. Something was coming. Something that had disturbed the earth, something deep, something wrong. The snakes could feel it in the ground, the way animals feel earthquakes before they happen, and they were trying to flee. "What's coming?" Harry asked in Parseltongue, the syllables sliding off his tongue with an ease that still surprised him. The largest copperhead, a female, old and thick-bodied, her scales the color of autumn leaves, raised her head and looked at Harry with eyes like polished copper. "The Dark One stirs," she said in the way that snakes say things, more feeling than language. "Below the earth, dreaming, waking." "What Dark One?" "Old, older than the land, older than the snakes. It sleeps where the dead star fell." Harry felt a chill that had nothing to do with the October air. "Where?" "The cave. The cave where the green stones glow." Harry knew the cave. Everyone in Smallville did, though few people went there. A series of tunnels in the hills north of town, left by some geological process that scientists had studied and tourists had visited, and locals had learned to avoid after several people reported feeling sick near the entrance. Clark couldn't go near it. The green stones made him weak and ill, draining his strength like poison. "Thank you," Harry told the copperhead. "Take your family south, past the river." The snakes moved, slithering away in a dark, sinuous river of scales, and Harry stood in the field alone, thinking about caves and darkness, and the thing he'd encountered in the woods when he was 7. He told Clark that night in the fort, the same fort they'd built 5 years earlier, now weathered but still standing, reinforced periodically by Clark's indestructible hands and Harry's tendency to make the wood repair itself when no one was looking. "Something's in the caves," Harry said. "The snakes are scared." Clark's jaw tightened. "I can't go there, the meteor rocks. I know, I'll go alone." Clark's response was immediate and absolute. "Absolutely not. Clark." "Harry, the last time you encountered something dark, you were 7 years old and you shook for 3 days afterward. You think I didn't notice? You think Mom didn't notice? You had nightmares for a month." Harry was quiet. He hadn't realized they'd known. "I'm older now, stronger, and this is something I need to understand." "Why?" "Because whatever's in that cave, it's connected to what I am. I can feel it, Clark. The same way I can feel your presence in a room, I can feel this thing. It's like a gravity, pulling at the part of me that's different." Clark looked at his brother in the dim light of the fort and saw something in Harry's green eyes that he recognized. The same determination he saw in his own reflection when he thought about the man who could lift cranes. The hunger to understand, the need to know. "If you're going," Clark said, "I'm going with you, as far as I can. And you're carrying your radio, and if anything happens, anything, you call me and I will be there in 1 second. You can't come into the caves. The kryptonite, then I'll tear the caves apart from outside. I don't care if it brings down the whole hill. If something hurts you, I will level everything between me and you." He meant it. Harry could see that he meant it. And the force of that love, that fierce, protective, unbreakable love was, Harry thought, more powerful than any magic he'd ever felt. "Okay," Harry said. "Tomorrow, after school." They went the next afternoon. Clark flew them to the hills, a trip that took 4 seconds and left Harry's hair standing on end, and landed at the mouth of the cave. The entrance was a wound in the hillside, dark and jagged, breathing cold air that smelled of mineral and age. Clark felt the kryptonite immediately. His skin went pale, his muscles tightened, and a sheen of sweat broke out on his forehead. "It's stronger than last time," he said through gritted teeth. "Stay here," Harry said. "I mean it, don't follow me." He walked into the cave. The darkness closed around him like a hand. The walls were rough limestone, dripping with moisture, and embedded in the rock at irregular intervals were shards of glowing green kryptonite, the remnants of Clark's destroyed homeworld, scattered across Kansas by the same meteor shower that had accompanied his arrival. The green glow gave the cave an underwater quality, shadows swimming and shifting on the walls. Harry moved deeper. The cave narrowed, then widened, then narrowed again, the passage twisting downward through the rock like a corkscrew. The air grew colder. The kryptonite glow grew brighter, and the pulling sensation, the gravity he described to Clark, grew stronger with every step. He found it in a chamber at the bottom of the deepest passage, 100 feet below the surface. It was a mirror, or it looked like a mirror, a slab of obsidian set into the cave wall, its surface perfectly smooth, perfectly dark, reflecting nothing. It was roughly the size of a door, and it was old. Not old like the cave was old, but old in a different way, old the way certain fairy tales are old, the way certain fears are old, the way the dark at the bottom of the ocean is old. Harry stood before it and felt the pull become a roar. The surface of the mirror rippled. Not physically, it remained still, solid, cold, but in some other dimension, some other layer of reality that Harry could perceive with the part of himself that was not entirely human. Images formed in the darkness, not reflections, visions. He saw a woman with red hair and green eyes, his eyes, he realized with a shock that nearly knocked him off his feet, standing in a nursery, holding a baby, singing a lullaby he almost remembered. He saw a man with messy black hair and glasses, laughing, reaching for the baby with an expression of love so concentrated it could have powered stars. He saw a flash of green light. He saw the woman fall. Harry screamed. The sound echoed through the cave, bouncing off the limestone walls, multiplying into a chorus of grief that seemed to come from everywhere at once. The mirror's surface shattered, not the glass, but the vision, the images fracturing into 1,000 pieces and dissolving into darkness. And then the mirror spoke, not in words, in feelings, in impressions, in a language older than speech. It told Harry what it was, a fragment of something called the Mirror of Arist, broken and scattered across the world, this shard drawn to the kryptonite's energy like a moth to flame. It showed the deepest desire of the heart, and Harry's deepest desire, the thing he wanted more than anything in the world, was to know where he came from. Now he knew, at least partly, he'd come from love, from a mother who died to save him and a father who died to protect them both. From a world he didn't remember, a world of magic and wonder and terrible danger. He walked out of the cave with tears on his face and a new understanding in his heart. Clark was waiting, pacing, radiating anxiety like heat. What happened? I heard you scream. Are you hurt? I'm not hurt. Harry wiped his eyes. I saw them, Clark, my birth parents, I saw them. Clark pulled his brother into a hug, and they stood there at the mouth of the cave. Two boys carrying the weight of worlds they barely understood, holding each other up the way they always had. Were they good people? Clark asked softly. Harry thought of the red-haired woman and the laughing man, and despite the grief, despite the green flash and the falling, he smiled. Yeah, he said, they were good people. They flew home in silence. Clark carried Harry gently, banking wide around the farm so they'd approach from a direction the neighbors couldn't see. The sun was setting as they landed in the back pasture, painting the sky in colors that Kansas does better than anywhere else on Earth. That night Harry sat on the porch and stared at the stars, and for the first time in his life the ache of not knowing was different. It was still there, vast, deep, probably permanent, but it was no longer empty. It had content now. It had faces and voices and a lullaby he almost remembered. Jonathan came out and sat beside him. He didn't speak for a long time. Then he reached into his wallet, pulled out a small white card and handed it to Harry. Harry read it. Severus Snape. Potions Master. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. He has her eyes. "How long have you had this?" Harry whispered. "A while," Jonathan said. "I wasn't sure when to tell you, I'm still not sure. But you deserve to know, Harry. Whatever's out there, whatever answers are waiting, you deserve to find them." Harry held the card in both hands and felt the world shift beneath him, not dramatically, not with explosions or revelations, but with the quiet, tectonic certainty of a thing that has been waiting to happen for a very long time. "Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry," Harry read aloud. "Witchcraft and wizardry," Jonathan repeated. "Makes a kind of sense, doesn't it?" Harry looked at the card, and then at the stars, and then at his father. "Yeah," he said, "it does." Inside the house, Clark lay on his bed and listened with ears that could hear a pin drop in the next county. He heard his brother's heartbeat slow from its anxious rhythm to something calmer, steadier. He heard Harry laugh, a soft, private laugh, the laugh of a person who has found a piece of themselves they didn't know was missing. Clark smiled in the dark. Two kinds of strange, he thought, two brothers, different origins, different powers, different destinies, but the same kitchen table, the same bedtime stories, the same father's voice saying, "Be good, be kind, be better than the world expects you to be." And the same stars above a Kansas farmhouse, burning in patterns that neither Krypton's science nor Earth's magic could fully explain. Clark closed his eyes. Harry held the card, and somewhere in Scotland, in a castle that had stood for 1,000 years, a quill scratched in a book, and the entry that had read "Location," unknown for nearly a decade, finally, slowly, triumphantly changed. Harry Potter. Location, Smallville, Kansas. Status, found. Chapter 2, end. Chapter 3. Letters and Legacies. The owl arrived on July 31st, Harry's 11th birthday, at precisely 7:14 in the morning. Martha was making breakfast. Jonathan was on his second cup of coffee. Clark was at the table, doing the crossword puzzle from the Smallville ledger with a pen, because he considered pencils an admission of potential failure. Harry was still asleep, having stayed up until 2 a.m. reading a book about medieval alchemy that he'd found at a used bookstore in Granville, a book whose illustrations moved when you weren't looking directly at them, a fact Harry had noticed and not mentioned to anyone. The owl hit the kitchen window with a thump that made Martha drop an egg. It was a barn owl, tawny feathers, heart-shaped face, enormous dark eyes, and it was carrying a letter. Not in its beak, in its talons. It sat on the windowsill, ruffled its feathers with an air of dignity that suggested it considered this delivery beneath it, and tapped the glass with its beak. Clark looked up from his crossword. "There's an owl at the window." "I can see that, Clark." "It has a letter." "I can see that too." Martha opened the window. The owl hopped inside, dropped the letter on the table with the precision of a postal worker, and turned its head to survey the kitchen with undisguised judgment. Its gaze lingered on the cat clock, on the copper pots, and on Captain the dog, who had raised his head from his bed in the corner and was staring at the owl with an expression of profound confusion. The letter was made of heavy parchment, sealed with red wax stamped with a coat of arms, a lion, a snake, a badger, and an eagle surrounding a large letter H. It was addressed in emerald green ink, in handwriting so elegant it looked like calligraphy. Mr. H. Potter II, bedroom, Kent Farm, Smallville, Kansas, United States of America. Jonathan set down his coffee. Martha set down her spatula. Clark set down his pen. They all looked at the letter and then at each other and then at the letter again. "It says Potter," Clark said quietly. "I can see that," Jonathan said, and his voice was calm, but his hand, when he picked up the letter, was not entirely steady. Martha went to wake Harry. She found him tangled in his sheets, his dark hair a catastrophe against the white pillow, his scar visible in the morning light that fell through the window. He'd grown in the last year. He was still lean, still smaller than Clark had been at the same age, but there was a wiriness to him now, a suggestion of strength that came not from muscle but from something deeper. "Harry, honey, wake up." He opened his eyes, green as the ink on the letter, green as the woman in the mirror's eyes, and blinked at her. "What time is it?" "Early. There's something downstairs for you, a letter." "A letter? From a school called Hogwarts." Harry was out of bed before Martha finished the sentence. He took the stairs 3 at a time, skidded into the kitchen on sock feet, and stopped. The owl was still on the table, preening. The letter was in Jonathan's hand. Clark was standing by the counter, his arms crossed, his expression a complicated mixture of curiosity and protectiveness. Harry looked at the letter. His heart was doing something he'd never felt before, not racing, not pounding, but singing. A high, clear note of recognition that resonated in his chest like a bell. "That's for me," he said. Jonathan handed it to him. Harry broke the seal. The wax crumbled under his fingers with a warmth that was not physical, and unfolded the parchment. "Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Headmaster. Albus Dumbledore, Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Sork. CHF. Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Conft. Of Wizards, dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on 1 September. We await your owl by no later than 31 July. Yours sincerely." Minerva McGonagall. Deputy Headmistress Harry read the letter 3 times. Then he looked up at his family, and his face was doing something extraordinary, trying to contain an emotion so large that it was leaking out through every available exit, his eyes bright, his mouth trembling between a smile and something bigger, his whole body vibrating with a frequency that made the dishes in the cupboard rattle. "I'm a wizard," Harry said. The dishes rattled harder. The owl hooted. Captain barked. And every light bulb in the kitchen flared to twice its normal brightness before settling back down. "We gathered," Jonathan said dryly. Harry laughed. It was the kind of laugh that fills a room, the kind that makes other people laugh even when they don't know the joke. And for a moment the kitchen was full of it, 4 people and a dog and an increasingly impatient owl, laughing together, the weight of a decade of questions lifting like fog in morning sun. Then Harry looked at the second page, the supply list, and the laughter faded into bewilderment. "I need a cauldron," he said, "and a wand, and robes. Where do you buy robes?" "There's more," Clark said, reading over his shoulder. "Dragonhide gloves. Harry, what kind of school is this?" "The kind that teaches witchcraft and wizardry," Martha said, with the pragmatic acceptance of a woman who'd raised an alien and a wizard, and had learned to take things as they came. "The question is how to get everything on that list." The answer arrived 3 days later, in the form of the largest human being any of them had ever seen. Rubeus Hagrid came up the Kent Farms driveway at 4 in the afternoon on August 3rd, wearing a moleskin overcoat that could have served as a tent for a family of 4, carrying an umbrella despite the clear sky, and leaving footprints in the gravel that were the size of serving platters. He was, by any reasonable estimate, at least 8 feet tall and nearly as wide, with a beard that could have housed small mammals and eyes that were bright and kind and slightly wet, as if he were on the verge of tears at all times. Jonathan saw him coming from the porch and did not reach for the shotgun, which Martha considered growth. "Mr. Kent," Hagrid boomed, his voice carrying the resonance of a cathedral organ. "Rubeus Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. I've come about Harry." "I figured," Jonathan said, "you'd better come inside." Getting Hagrid inside was a logistical challenge. The doorframe was designed for people of normal human dimensions, and Hagrid was emphatically not. He turned sideways, ducked, and still managed to knock a picture frame off the wall with his shoulder. "Sorry about that, always happenin'. Lovely home you've got here, Mrs. Kent. Is that a cat clock? Haven't seen one o' those in years, ah." He'd spotted Harry standing in the kitchen doorway. For a long moment, Hagrid simply stared. His beetle-black eyes moved over Harry's face, the dark hair, the lean frame, the lightning bolt scar, and his expression underwent a transformation that was profound and immediate and, to the Kents, deeply moving. His eyes filled. His enormous hands trembled. He looked at Harry the way you look at something you lost a long time ago and never expected to find. "Harry," Hagrid said, and his voice cracked on the single syllable. "Last time I saw you, you was just a baby. I carried you out of the ruins myself, and then you just vanished, right out of me arms. Dumbledore's been searching ever since." Harry didn't know what to say. He didn't know this man, had no memory of being carried from any ruins, but the emotion on Hagrid's face was so raw and genuine that it bypassed the part of Harry's brain that processed information and went straight to the part that processed feeling. "You knew my parents," Harry said. It wasn't a question. "Knew 'em." Hagrid pulled an enormous handkerchief from his coat and blew his nose with a sound like a foghorn. "James and Lily were two of the finest people I ever met. And you're the spittin' image of your dad, Harry, except the eyes. You've got your mum's eyes. He has her eyes." The words from Severus Snape's card echoed in Harry's mind, and the pieces of the puzzle clicked together with an almost audible snap. "Sit down, Mr. Hagrid," Martha said, pulling out the most reinforced chair in the kitchen. "I think you have a lot to tell us." Hagrid sat. The chair groaned but held, and over the next 2 hours, while Martha made tea and Jonathan listened with the focused intensity of a man hearing testimony, and Clark sat beside Harry with one hand on his brother's shoulder, Hagrid told them everything. He told them about the wizarding world, a hidden society that existed alongside the non-magical one, invisible to ordinary people, with its own government, its own economy, its own schools and sports and traditions. He told them about Hogwarts, a 1,000-year-old castle in the Scottish Highlands, the finest school of magic in the world, founded by 4 of the greatest wizards in history. He told them about Voldemort. The name made Hagrid flinch, which told Harry everything he needed to know about the kind of fear this person had inspired. A dark wizard, Hagrid explained, the darkest in a century. He'd gathered followers, waged war against the wizarding world, killed without mercy and without remorse. And on Halloween night 1981, he'd come to Godric's Hollow for the Potters. "Your dad fought him," Hagrid said, his voice dropping to something barely above a whisper. "Bought your mum time. She could have stepped aside, you know who gave her the chance, but she wouldn't. She stood between him and your crib and she wouldn't move. And when he killed her, her sacrifice created a protection," Harry said, and he didn't know how he knew that, but he did. "The blanket, the runes, the love stitched into wool." Hagrid stared at him. "How'd you know that?" "The blanket. She enchanted my blanket. I can read the runes." Hagrid's face crumpled. "Lily was the cleverest witch of her age. Of course she'd have thought of that. Of course she would." He continued. The killing curse had rebounded off baby Harry and struck Voldemort instead, destroying his body, though not, as they would later learn, his soul. Harry had survived with nothing but the lightning bolt scar, and a fame that had grown in his absence to mythological proportions. "You're famous, Harry," Hagrid said, almost apologetically. "In our world, everyone knows your name. The boy who lived, they call you." Harry absorbed this the way he absorbed everything, quietly, completely, filing it away for later processing. Famous. For something he didn't remember. For surviving something that had killed his parents. "The blanket was supposed to take you to your aunt and uncle," Hagrid went on. "Lily's sister, Petunia. Dumbledore had arranged it, the blood protection, see, it would have been strongest with family. But something went wrong. The magic, well, nobody knows exactly what happened. The blanket just took you somewhere else." "Here," Martha said softly. "Here," Hagrid agreed, looking around the kitchen with an expression of genuine warmth. "And from the look of things, Mrs. Kent, it couldn't have picked a better place." Martha's eyes shone. Jonathan put his hand over hers. "What about Voldemort?" Clark asked. He'd been silent throughout Hagrid's story, listening, cataloging, processing, but his voice, when he finally spoke, carried an edge that Harry recognized. It was the voice Clark used when he was deciding whether something was a threat. "Gone," Hagrid said quickly. "Destroyed. Well, his body was. Some say he's still out there in some form, but he hasn't been seen in 10 years. The war's over." Clark didn't look convinced. Harry didn't blame him. The question of Hogwarts was settled that evening around the kitchen table in the way the Kents settled everything, through conversation, deliberation, and ultimately trust. Martha's concerns were practical. Scotland is 4,000 miles away. He's 11 years old. How do we know he'll be safe? "Hogwarts is the safest place in the world," Hagrid assured her. "Dumbledore himself is there, greatest wizard who ever lived." "No one would dare. People said the same thing about Godric's Hollow," Jonathan interrupted quietly. The silence that followed was uncomfortable. Hagrid looked at his enormous hands. "You're right," he said. "You're right, Mr. Kent, and I won't pretend otherwise. The wizarding world isn't perfect. It's got its dangers, same as anywhere, but Harry belongs to it. His magic needs training. Without it, it'll keep growing, keep spilling out in ways he can't control. You've seen it already, I'd wager." They all had. "He needs this," Jonathan said, not to Hagrid but to Martha. "We've known for a long time that something like this was coming. Something that would explain what Harry is and teach him to be it. We can't give him that. We've done our best, but we can't teach him magic, Martha." "I know," Martha's voice was thick. "I know that, I'll come home," Harry said. "Every holiday, every break. I'll write every week. He looked at Clark and his voice faltered because leaving Clark was the one part of this he hadn't let himself think about. "I'll come home." Clark was quiet. His face was unreadable, which was unusual for Clark, who wore his emotions the way other people wore clothes, visibly, comfortably, without self-consciousness. He sat at the table, his hands flat on the wood, his blue eyes fixed on a point somewhere in the middle distance. "I could hear you," Clark said finally. "From Scotland, if you needed me. I could be there in, I don't know, a minute. 40 seconds probably," Harry said, because he'd calculated Clark's top speed and factored in wind resistance, because that was the kind of thing Harry did. Clark smiled. It was a small smile, but it was real. 40 seconds, so you're never really gone." "I'm never really gone." The brothers looked at each other across the kitchen table, and the understanding that passed between them was so complete that words would have diminished it. They were going to be separated for the first time in their lives. It was going to be hard, and they were going to be fine. "All right," Jonathan said, with the finality of a man who has made a decision and committed to it. "Harry goes to Hogwarts, but I have conditions." Hagrid straightened in his chair, which groaned ominously. "Name 'em." "First, Harry keeps the name Kent. Officially to the world, he's Harry Kent. Potter stays between us and whoever needs to know." "That'll be tricky. Everyone in the wizarding world knows. I don't care what they know. That boy has been a Kent for 10 years. He doesn't stop being one because he walks into a castle." "Fair enough. I'll talk to Dumbledore." "Second, we meet the headmaster before Harry sets foot in that school. He comes here, to this house. He looks me in the eye and he tells me my son will be safe." Hagrid nodded slowly. "I can arrange that. Dumbledore's been wanting to come anyway. He's been quite keen to meet the family that raised Harry. Third, and this is not negotiable, Harry comes home for every holiday, Christmas, Easter, summer, no exceptions. Done. And fourth," Jonathan leaned forward, "nobody, and I mean nobody, tells the world that Harry Potter is alive until Harry is ready for the world to know. He's been safe because he's been anonymous. I will not have that taken from him." Hagrid was quiet for a long moment. Then he nodded slowly, heavily, like a man acknowledging a truth he wished he could deny. "You're a good father, Mr. Kent," Hagrid said. "James would have been proud that his boy ended up here." Jonathan's jaw tightened. He didn't trust himself to speak. Martha squeezed his hand. Dumbledore arrived the following Saturday. He appeared in the front yard at precisely 10 in the morning, wearing robes of deep blue covered in silver stars, his white beard tucked into his belt, half-moon spectacles perched on a nose that had been broken at least twice. He was tall, thin, and radiated an aura of power and eccentricity in equal measure. He looked like what he was, the most dangerous man alive, disguised as someone's grandfather. Jonathan met him on the porch. The two men assessed each other with the silent, thorough attention that men of substance bring to first meetings. Jonathan saw a wizard of unimaginable power who had lost a child to carelessness. His carelessness, however well-intentioned, and had spent a decade trying to find him. Dumbledore saw a Kansas farmer who had raised the chosen one with more love and wisdom than any plan he could have devised, and who would kill to protect his family without hesitation. "Mr. Kent," Dumbledore said, extending his hand, "I owe you a debt that I cannot repay. You took in a child who was not yours and gave him a home and a family and a life of extraordinary ordinariness. I came here to thank you." "You came here because you want to take my son to Scotland," Jonathan said. "Let's not dress it up." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled, actually twinkled, a phenomenon Harry had read about in books but never seen in person. Directness. "I admire that. May I come in?" The meeting lasted 4 hours. Dumbledore answered every question Jonathan and Martha posed with a patience and thoroughness that gradually dismantled their remaining reservations. He explained the educational program, the safety measures, the house system. He described the protective enchantments that surrounded the castle, ancient magic, layered over centuries, so dense that the castle was essentially impregnable. "Essentially," Jonathan repeated. "In the magical world, Mr. Kent, nothing is absolute, but Hogwarts comes as close as anything can." Dumbledore met Harry at the end of the conversation, when Martha called him in from the field where he'd been impatiently helping Clark mend fences while the adults talked. Harry walked into the living room, saw the old wizard sitting in Jonathan's armchair with a cup of Martha's tea, and felt something stir in his chest, not the magic, but something adjacent to it, a resonance, like hearing a note from a song you know but can't quite name. Dumbledore rose to his feet. His blue eyes, which were not twinkling now but steady and clear and incredibly deep, moved over Harry's face with an attention that was almost surgical. "Harry," he said, and his voice was different from before, softer, less performance, more genuine. "You have no idea how long I have looked for you." 10 years, according to Hagrid," Harry said. 9 years, 11 months, and 14 days, but who's counting?" Harry almost smiled. "Almost. Professor Dumbledore, I have a question. I would be disappointed if you didn't. Why was I sent to the Dursleys in the first place, instead of here?" The question was pointed, and Dumbledore did not flinch from it. "Your mother's sister was your closest living blood relative. The protection Lily's sacrifice created could be anchored most powerfully through a blood connection. I still believe, that it was the most logical choice." "Logical, not the best choice." Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. The clock ticked. A horse whinnied outside. "I have made many decisions in my life, Harry. Some wise, some foolish, and many whose wisdom I cannot judge even now. But I will tell you this. Whatever brought you to this family instead of the Dursleys, whatever force redirected that blanket across an ocean and deposited you in that cornfield, it made a better choice than I did." Harry looked at the old wizard, and for the first time he saw not the legend, not the headmaster, not the supreme mugwump, but a very old, very tired man who carried his mistakes like stones in his pockets. "I'm a Kent," Harry said. "I'll always be a Kent, whatever else I am. I would not dream of suggesting otherwise. And my brother Clark, he's part of this too. He's not magical, but he's part of it." Dumbledore's gaze flickered, not with surprise exactly, but with interest. The old man had noticed something about Clark. Harry could tell. Those blue eyes saw more than they should, saw deeper than was comfortable. "Your brother is remarkable in his own right," Dumbledore said carefully. The world is large, Harry, and full of wonders that even the wizarding world has not catalogued. I will not pry into your family's secrets. You have my word. It was enough. Not because Harry trusted Dumbledore completely. He didn't, and wouldn't for years, but because the old man had been honest about his mistakes, and that was worth more than any promise of infallibility. The trip to Diagon Alley happened the following week. Hagrid came to collect Harry on a Tuesday morning, materializing in the front yard with a crack that set off every car alarm in a 3-mile radius and made Captain hide under the porch for an hour. Clark wanted to come. Harry could see it in his face, the hunger, the curiosity, the fierce protectiveness that was as much a part of Clark's personality as the invulnerability was a part of his biology. But Hagrid gently explained that bringing a non-magical person, a muggle he called it, though he kept apologizing for the word, into Diagon Alley would complicate things significantly. "I'll tell you everything," Harry promised. "Every detail." "You'd better," Clark said, and hugged him hard enough to make a normal person's ribs creak. Harry's ribs were fine. They'd been through Clark's hugs before. The journey was instantaneous and disorienting. Hagrid held Harry's arm, told him to hold tight, and the world compressed into a tube of light and sound and force that lasted approximately 1 second and felt like approximately 1 hour. They emerged in a dingy London pub called the Leaky Cauldron, which smelled of pipe smoke and pumpkin juice and old wood, and which was full of people in robes. Harry stood in the doorway, breathing hard from the portkey, or whatever Hagrid had used, and looked at the wizarding world for the first time. It looked back. A woman in green robes dropped her drink. A man in a pointed hat clutched the arm of his companion. A whisper started at the bar and spread through the room like fire through dry grass. Can it be Harry Potter?" Hagrid, to his credit, moved fast for a man of his size. He steered Harry through the pub with a hand on his shoulder that was simultaneously gentle and immovable. "Best not to linger," he muttered. "Word travels fast." They emerged through a back door into a small courtyard, where Hagrid tapped a sequence of bricks in the wall, and the wall opened. Diagon Alley was everything Harry had imagined, and nothing he could have prepared for. It was a street, cobblestoned, narrow, winding, lined with shops that defied physics and common sense. A store selling owls in cages stacked to the ceiling. A shop displaying broomsticks in the window with signs advertising their speed in miles per hour. An apothecary with barrels of ingredients in the doorway, beetle eyes, unicorn horn, powdered moonstone. A bookshop with volumes that flew from shelf to shelf like startled birds. Harry walked through it in a state of wonder so complete it bordered on shock. This was the world he belonged to. This was the world that had a word for what he was. Wizard. Not freak, not strange, not different. Wizard. Gringotts came first, a goblin-run bank built of white marble, where Harry discovered that his parents had left him a fortune in gold coins called galleons. The vault was deep underground, reached by a cart that traveled at speeds Clark would have appreciated, and it was full. Mountains of gold, columns of silver, drifts of bronze, glittering in the torchlight like a dragon's hoard. "Your parents left you well provided for," Hagrid said, sounding slightly choked. Harry filled his pockets with galleons and tried not to think about the fact that every coin represented a life his parents had planned for and would never see. The shopping was methodical and exhausting. Robes from Madame Malkin's, where a pale boy with white blonde hair and pointed features made sneering comments about new money, until Harry asked him, in Parseltongue, to stop, and the boy went so white he was nearly transparent. Books from Flourish and Blots, where Harry spent an hour he didn't have browsing titles that made his academic heart sing. A history of magic, the standard book of spells, 1,000 magical herbs and fungi, a telescope, a set of brass scales, a cauldron pewter, standard size too, and a supply of potion ingredients that included things Harry had only read about in the alchemy book he'd found in Granville. But the wand was different. The wand was the moment Harry had been waiting for without knowing it, the moment that would confirm, irrevocably and completely, that he was what the letter said he was. Ollivander's was a narrow, dusty shop at the end of the alley, its window displaying a single wand on a faded velvet cushion. The door creaked when Harry pushed it open, and the inside was dim and close, the air thick with the scent of old wood and something else, something electric, something alive. "Good afternoon," said a soft voice from the shadows, and a man emerged, old, pale-eyed, moving with the quiet precision of someone who has spent a lifetime handling things that could explode. "I wondered when I'd see you, Mr. Potter." "Kent," Harry said automatically. "Harry Kent." "Ah," Ollivander's pale eyes gleamed. "The name on the letter may change, but the magic knows who you are. I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Kent. Your mother's was 10¼ inches, willow, excellent for charms. Your father's was 11 inches, mahogany, pliable, a powerful wand for transfiguration." He began pulling boxes from the shelves, hundreds of them, thousands. The shop was impossibly deep, and presenting wands for Harry to try. The first was beechwood and dragon heartstring. Harry waved it, and a shower of sparks set fire to a stack of papers. The second was maple and phoenix feather. It shattered every window in the shop. Ollivander repaired the windows with a wave of his own wand and looked, if anything, more excited. "Tricky customer. Not to worry, the wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Kent, and I suspect yours has been waiting for you." The third wand was holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches, nice and supple. The moment Harry's fingers closed around it, he knew. The magic that had lived inside him for 11 years, wild, undirected, beautiful and terrifying in equal measure, suddenly had a channel. It flowed from his core through his arm and into the wood, and the wand sang. Not metaphorically. The wand actually produced a note, a high, clear, crystalline tone that hung in the dusty air of the shop like a visible thing, like a light made of sound. Golden sparks erupted from the tip, not in a shower but in a precise, spiraling pattern that climbed toward the ceiling and dissolved into motes of light. Harry stood in Ollivander's shop and felt, for the first time, whole. "Curious," Ollivander murmured, his pale eyes fixed on Harry with an intensity that was slightly unnerving. "Very curious." "What's curious?" "The phoenix whose tail feather resides in your wand gave another feather, just one other. It is curious that you should be destined for this wand when its brother gave you that scar." The shop went very quiet. Harry looked at the wand in his hand, the brother of the wand that had killed his parents, and felt not horror but resolve. The weapon that had destroyed his family had a twin, and the twin had chosen him. There was a symmetry to that, a narrative logic that the writer in Harry, the boy who loved stories, couldn't help but appreciate. "I think," Harry said slowly, "that we should expect great things from each other." Ollivander stared at him. Then he smiled, a thin, strange, deeply pleased smile. "Indeed, Mr. Kent, indeed." Harry left the shop with the wand in a box and the box in a bag, and a feeling in his chest that was part terror and part ecstasy and wholly, irreversibly, wizard. There was one more stop. Hagrid, who had been suspiciously absent for the last 20 minutes, met Harry outside Ollivander's carrying a cage with a snowy owl inside, pure white, with amber eyes and an expression of regal disdain. "Happy birthday, Harry," Hagrid said, shoving the cage into Harry's hands with the delicacy of a man offering a diamond ring. "Thought you could use a friend at school." Harry looked at the owl. The owl looked at Harry. Something passed between them, not words, not magic, but understanding. The owl was magnificent, and she knew it, and she expected to be treated accordingly. "Hedwig," Harry said, and he didn't know where the name came from, but it was right. Hedwig hooted once, which Harry interpreted as approval. The weeks between Diagon Alley and September 1st were the longest and shortest of Harry's life simultaneously. Long because he was desperate to begin, to step into the world that had claimed him, to learn the language and the laws and the history of the thing he was. Short because every day brought him closer to leaving home, leaving his family, leaving Clark. He studied his textbooks with the voracious intensity that Martha had always admired and Jonathan had always worried about. He read a history of magic cover to cover in a single sitting, then read it again to make sure he hadn't missed anything. He practiced basic spells in his bedroom, Lumos for light, Wingardium Leviosa for levitation, and was pleased to discover that formal magic, channeled through a wand, was easier than the wild, instinctive magic he'd been doing for years. It was like the difference between swimming and being caught in a current. The current was powerful but uncontrollable. Swimming was a skill you could learn and master and direct. Clark watched Harry practice with an expression that was 3 parts pride and 1 part something Harry pretended not to see, a quiet, steady sadness that Clark would never have admitted to and Harry would never have asked about. They didn't talk about the departure. They talked about everything else: spell theory, wand movements, the history of the 4 Hogwarts houses, the rules of Quidditch, which Clark maintained was just basketball on broomsticks, and Harry maintained was the greatest sport ever invented by people who can fly. "I can fly," Clark pointed out. "I don't need a broomstick." "That's why it's impressive. They need the broomstick and they still go that fast." "How fast?" "A firebolt can do 150 miles per hour." Clark snorted. "I was doing 150 at age 9. Show off. Broomstick enthusiast." They grinned at each other and the sadness retreated, and for a moment they were just brothers the way they'd always been. The night before Harry left, they sat in the fort for the last time. Not the last time ever, they'd sit there again, on holidays and summers, for years to come, but the last time before everything changed. The woods smelled of age and memory and the 100 afternoons they'd spent there, talking about nothing and everything, building the private world that existed between them and no one else. "I'm scared," Harry said. It was the first time he'd admitted it. Clark didn't answer right away. He lay on his back, looking up through the gaps in the roof at the stars, his hands behind his head. In the starlight, he looked older than 13, broader, more solid, the boyishness fading into something that hinted at the man he'd become. "You're always scared before something big," Clark said. "Remember when Dad taught you to ride the tractor? You were terrified. I was 7, and I ran over the mailbox. And then you drove it perfectly for the rest of the summer. You're scared because this matters to you. That's normal. That's good, even. What if I don't fit in? Harry, you're a wizard going to a wizard school. You'll fit in better there than you've ever fit in anywhere. What if they find out about you, about the family? Then I'll fly to Scotland and explain things personally, at speed." Harry smiled. Then the smile faded and he asked the question he'd been carrying for weeks, the one that lived at the bottom of all his other questions like a stone at the bottom of a well. "What if I'm not good enough?" Clark sat up. He looked at his brother with an expression of such fierce, uncomplicated love that it was almost painful to witness. "Harry, you stopped a charging bull with your bare hand when you were 4. You drove a Dementor out of the woods when you were 7. You can talk to snakes, move things with your mind, fly without a broom, and you taught yourself to read at 3. You are the most extraordinary person I have ever met, and I'm from a planet where people could fly. You're biased. I'm honest. There's a difference." Harry looked at the Kryptonian rock in his pocket, the dark blue stone with silver flecks that Clark had given him 6 years ago, worn smooth by years of anxious handling. He closed his fingers around it and felt its warmth, familiar as a heartbeat. 40 seconds, Harry said. 40 seconds, Clark confirmed. Less if I'm motivated. They sat in the fort until the stars wheeled overhead and the night grew cold and Martha called them inside. They went to bed in their separate rooms, and Harry lay in the dark and listened to the sounds of the house, the settling of old timbers, the tick of the cat clock, the distant lowing of cattle in the north pasture, and memorized them. September 1st came with the inevitability of all significant dates. Martha made a breakfast that could have fed a regiment: pancakes, eggs, bacon, toast, fruit, juice, and a cake she'd made the night before and iced at 3 in the morning because she couldn't sleep. Nobody ate much. The portkey was arranged for 10 o'clock. Dumbledore had sent a small, unremarkable wooden spoon that had been enchanted to transport Harry to King's Cross Station in London at the designated time. It sat on the kitchen counter, looking entirely ordinary, radiating nothing. At 9:45, the family gathered in the living room. Jonathan shook Harry's hand, then pulled him into a hug that said everything his words could not. Martha held Harry's face in her hands and looked at him with eyes that were bright and steady and full of a pride so fierce it could have moved mountains. "You come home to me," she said, "every holiday. No exceptions." "No exceptions," Harry promised. Clark walked Harry to the yard. They stood face to face in the morning light, two brothers at the edge of something vast and unknown, and neither of them spoke for a long moment. Then Clark pulled something from his pocket. It was a mirror, small, round, set in a frame of dark metal that Harry recognized immediately as Kryptonian alloy, the same material as Clark's ship. "I made this," Clark said. "Used a shard from the ship and a piece of mirror glass. It's connected to another one I've got in my room. You speak into it, I hear you. I speak into mine, you hear me." "A communication mirror," Harry breathed, turning it over in his hands. The Kryptonian metal was warm to the touch and faintly luminous. "Clark, this is. It's so I can hear you, every day, no matter where you are." Harry gripped the mirror and gripped his brother and held on for a long time. "I'll make you proud," Harry said into Clark's shoulder. "You already have," Clark said. "Now go be a wizard." At 10 o'clock, Harry touched the wooden spoon and the world went sideways. When it straightened, he was standing on a platform in a London train station, surrounded by people in robes, and a scarlet steam engine was billowing white smoke into an arched glass ceiling, and a sign overhead read Platform 9 3/4. The Hogwarts Express was magnificent, gleaming red, old-fashioned, solid in a way that modern trains were not, as if it had been built by people who cared more about craftsmanship than efficiency. Harry found a compartment near the back, stowed his trunk on the rack above, and sat by the window with Hedwig's cage on the seat beside him. He watched the platform fill with wizarding families, parents hugging children, siblings teasing, owls hooting, cats yowling, the whole scene chaotic and colorful and alive. He watched and he waited, and he tried not to think about a kitchen in Kansas, where 3 people were sitting at a table with an empty chair. The compartment door slid open. A boy with red hair and freckles and a smudge of dirt on his nose stood in the doorway, looking hopeful and slightly embarrassed. "Everywhere else is full. Mind if I sit here?" "Go ahead," Harry said and smiled because the boy looked nervous and Harry remembered what that felt like. "I'm Ron," the boy said, settling into the seat across from Harry. "Ron Weasley." Harry said and paused for a fraction of a second, a pause that contained 10 years of history, a cornfield, a farm, a family, and a choice. "Harry Kent." "Nice to meet you, Harry." "You too, Ron." The train lurched and began to move, and London slid away outside the windows, replaced by the green and gray and gold of the English countryside. Ron talked about his family, about Hogwarts, about the chocolate frogs he'd bought and the famous witches and wizards cards he was collecting. Harry listened and asked questions and laughed at Ron's jokes and felt the tight knot of anxiety in his chest slowly loosen. The compartment door opened again. A girl with bushy brown hair and an air of brisk competence leaned in. "Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one." "No," Ron said. The girl's gaze shifted to Harry and stopped. Her eyes went to his forehead, where the scar was partially visible beneath his hair, and Harry saw the recognition bloom in her face like a flower in fast forward. "You're Harry Potter," she said, and her voice was a mixture of awe and intellectual excitement that Harry would come to know very well. "Harry Kent," Harry corrected. "And you are Hermione Granger. I've read about you, of course. You're in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century. I'm in books. Several, though none of them seem to know where you've been for the last 10 years. The prevailing theory is that Dumbledore hid you somewhere secret. A farm in Kansas," Harry said. "Not that secret." Hermione stared at him. Then she laughed, a bright, surprised, genuinely delighted laugh, and sat down beside Ron. "I think we're going to be friends," she said. "I think so too," Harry said. And the Hogwarts Express carried them north, through fields and forests and along coastlines that Harry had never seen, toward a castle that had been waiting for him since the night he was born. He leaned his head against the window and watched the world flow past and thought about home. 2 homes now. The farm in Kansas, where the sky was enormous and the wheat bent in the wind and his family was waiting. And the world he was heading toward, the world of magic and mystery and possibility, the world that had a name for what he was. He reached into his pocket and touched the Kryptonian mirror. It was warm against his fingers. He was Harry Kent. He was Harry Potter. He was a wizard, a brother, a son, and a boy on a train heading somewhere extraordinary. And he was ready. Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4. The fortress and the castle. The Sorting Hat took one look inside Harry's mind and went very, very quiet. This was unusual. The hat, a sentient artifact 1,000 years old, stitched together by the founders themselves and enchanted to peer into the deepest recesses of a student's character, was not typically rendered speechless. It had sorted tens of thousands of witches and wizards over the centuries, every one of them unique, every one of them classifiable into one of 4 categories: brave or clever, ambitious or loyal. The system worked. It had always worked. Harry Kent did not fit the system. The great hall was silent, watching. The first years had been called one by one to sit on the stool and wear the hat, and most sortings lasted 30 seconds or less. Harry had been sitting for nearly 2 minutes. The students at the 4 long tables were whispering. The teachers at the high table were exchanging glances. Dumbledore was watching with an expression of serene attention that fooled no one who knew him well. Inside Harry's head, the hat was having a conversation it would never forget. "Extraordinary," the hat murmured, its voice echoing in Harry's consciousness like a thought that wasn't his own. "Quite extraordinary. I see courage, enormous courage, forged in a place I've never encountered before. Kansas, is it? I don't believe I've sorted anyone from Kansas." First time for everything, Harry thought back. Indeed. And cleverness, a mind like a blade, sharp and disciplined. You taught yourself to read at 3. You've been studying physics and alchemy and magical theory for years. Ravenclaw would nurture that. Maybe. But there's ambition too, not the crude sort, not the hunger for power that some of my Slytherin children carry. Yours is quieter. You want to understand everything. The nature of magic, the origins of your abilities, the connection between your world and the world you left behind. That's a Slytherin trait, whether you like it or not. I don't mind Slytherin. The hat was surprised. Most students recoiled from Slytherin the way cats recoil from water. Interesting. And loyalty, deep, fierce, unshakable loyalty. You would burn the world for your family. That's Hufflepuff at its finest. So where do I go? That's the question, isn't it? The hat paused, and when it spoke again, its voice was different, quieter, more serious, stripped of the theatrical patter it usually employed. I see something else in you, Harry. Something I haven't seen in a very long time. You have been loved extraordinarily well. The family that raised you, they taught you something that most wizards never learn. They taught you that power is meaningless without compassion, that strength is nothing without gentleness, that the measure of a person is not what they can do, but what they choose to do. Harry thought of Jonathan standing in the field saying post by post. He thought of Martha holding him in the kitchen saying, "I love you too, sweetheart." He thought of Clark hovering in the stratosphere with a grin on his face, free and joyful and good. "Those are the values of a Gryffindor," the hat said. "Courage paired with conscience, bravery tempered by love. You could be great in any house, Harry Kent, but you will do the most good in Gryffindor." The hat shouted to the great hall, and the table on the far left erupted in cheers, and Harry took off the hat and walked toward his new home on legs that were not entirely steady. And he felt, not for the first time, but more powerfully than ever before, that the universe had a plan for him, and it was larger than he could imagine. The first night in Gryffindor Tower was disorienting in the way that all first nights in new places are disorienting, magnified by the fact that this particular new place was a tower in a castle that was literally magical. The dormitory was circular, with four-poster beds hung with crimson curtains, and windows that looked out over ground so vast they vanished into darkness. Harry's bed was by the window. He'd chosen it deliberately, wanting the view, wanting to be able to look out at the sky and know that somewhere, 4,000 miles to the west, his family was under the same stars. Ron was in the next bed, already snoring. The other boys, Neville Longbottom, Dean Thomas, Seamus Finnegan, were asleep or pretending to be. Harry lay in the dark and listened to the castle. Hogwarts breath. Not metaphorically, the stones themselves seemed to inhale and exhale, a slow, deep rhythm that was more felt than heard. The castle was alive in a way that defied normal understanding. It had moods. It had preferences. It moved, staircases that changed direction, doors that appeared and disappeared, corridors that seemed longer on some days than others. It was, Harry thought, the most magical thing about Hogwarts, and that was saying something. He pulled out Clark's mirror. The Kryptonian metal caught the moonlight and glowed faintly blue. "Clark," he whispered. The mirror's surface shimmered and Clark's face appeared, slightly bleary-eyed, his dark hair even more disheveled than usual, but awake and alert the moment he saw Harry. "You're in," Clark said. "How is it?" "Incredible. They put a hat on my head and it talks. It reads your mind and tells you which house you belong in." "Which house?" "Gryffindor. It's the brave one." Clark grinned. "Obviously. The castle is alive, Clark. The paintings move. The staircases change. There are ghosts. Actual ghosts just floating around making small talk. One of them stuck his head through the pudding at dinner. That's disgusting." It was amazing. They talked for 20 minutes, Harry describing everything, Clark listening with the focused attention he gave to things he cared about deeply. Harry told him about the sorting, about the great hall with its enchanted ceiling that showed the sky above, about the feast that appeared from nowhere on golden plates, about Dumbledore's welcome speech, which had been exactly as eccentric as Harry expected. "Are you okay?" Clark asked, when Harry's description wound down. "Yeah, I am. I miss you, though." 37 seconds, by the way. I timed it last week. Scotland is 37 seconds. Harry smiled in the dark. "Good night, Clark." "Good night, wizard." The mirror went dark. Harry put it under his pillow, closed his eyes, and slept better than he had in weeks. The first weeks at Hogwarts established patterns that would define Harry's years there. He was, as Clark had predicted, good at being a wizard. Better than good. The formal magical education that Hogwarts provided was, for Harry, like giving a natural swimmer lessons, not teaching him something new but refining what already existed, adding technique to talent, structure to instinct. Charms was his best subject, which surprised no one who knew his history. Professor Flitwick, a tiny man who stood on a pile of books to see over his desk, nearly fell off said pile when Harry performed a perfect levitation charm on his first attempt, not the slow, wobbly ascent that most first years managed, but a controlled, precise lift that sent the feather to the exact height Flitwick specified and held it there motionless for as long as Harry wanted. Extraordinary, Flitwick squeaked, his eyes wide. Absolutely extraordinary. 10 points to Gryffindor. Hermione in the next seat looked at Harry with an expression that was 1 part impressed and 2 parts competitive. "How did you do that?" "I've been doing it since I was a baby," Harry said. "The wand just makes it easier." Transfiguration was harder. It required a different kind of mental discipline, a willingness to impose your will on the physical structure of matter in a way that Harry's instinctive magic didn't naturally do. Professor McGonagall, a stern Scottish woman with a bun so tight it seemed to be pulling her eyebrows upward, was demanding and precise, and exactly the kind of teacher Harry responded to. "Magic is not a gift, Mr. Kent," she told him after his first lesson, in which he'd managed to turn his match into a passable needle on the 3rd try. "It is a discipline. Talent will take you far. Work will take you further." "Yes, Professor. And for the record, I know who you are." Dumbledore informed the staff. "Your secret is safe with us." "Thank you, Professor." McGonagall's expression softened by approximately 1 degree. "Your mother was one of my best students. I see her in you." It was the kind of comment that a year ago would have sent Harry spiraling into the ache of not knowing. Now it landed differently. He had faces for the names. He had the mirror's vision, the red-haired woman, the laughing man. They were real to him now, not abstractions, and the compliment was a thread connecting him to them. "I hope so," Harry said. Potions was a different matter entirely. The dungeons were cold, lit by torches that guttered and smoked, and the classroom had the oppressive atmosphere of a place designed to make students uncomfortable. Professor Severus Snape, the man in the purple cloak, the man who had turned Jonathan's shotgun into sunflowers, stood at the front of the room like a monument to displeasure, his black eyes sweeping the class with an expression that suggested he found the collective existence of 11-year-olds personally offensive. Harry recognized him immediately. The sharp nose, the dark hair, the intensity. The man who had come to Smallville. The man who had left a card with words that had burned in Harry's mind for over a year. Snape recognized Harry too. His gaze locked onto Harry's face the moment he entered the dungeon, and something happened behind those black eyes. A struggle, visible for a fraction of a second before the mask clamped down, between an emotion so powerful it threatened to consume him and the ironclad control that kept it contained. "Ah," Snape said, his voice silk stretched over razor wire. "Our new celebrity, Mr. Kent, or should I say Mr. Potter." The class went still. Every eye turned to Harry. "Kent," Harry said calmly. "Just Kent. Just Kent. How modest. Tell me, just Kent, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry knew the answer. He'd read the textbook cover to cover twice, and his memory for alchemical combinations was, thanks to years of independent study, exceptional. "The draught of living death, sir. A sleeping potion so powerful it can simulate death." Snape's left eye twitched. "And where would you find a bezoar?" "In the stomach of a goat. It counteracts most poisons." "And the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" "They're the same plant, also called aconite." The dungeon was very quiet. Snape stared at Harry with an expression that Harry couldn't quite read, not anger, not approval, but something between the two, a complicated emotion that seemed to cause Snape physical discomfort. "It seems," Snape said, after a pause that lasted several centuries, "that the son has inherited more than just his mother's eyes. Sit down, Mr. Kent. Perhaps you won't be a complete waste of my time." From Snape, Harry would learn, this was practically a declaration of love. The relationship between Harry and Snape was the most complex of Harry's first year, more complex than his growing friendship with Ron and Hermione, more complex than his uneasy truce with Draco Malfoy, more complex even than his relationship with Dumbledore. who watched Harry with the benevolent surveillance of a man who had invested considerable emotional capital in Harry's well-being and intended to protect that investment. Snape was hostile, dismissive, cutting, and unfair. He deducted points from Gryffindor with vindictive glee, mocked Harry's answers even when they were correct, and went out of his way to make potions class as unpleasant as possible. But there were moments, rare, fleeting, easy to miss, when the mask slipped. When Harry executed a potion perfectly and Snape's expression flickered with something that looked, in the right light, like pride. When Harry was nearly hit by a wayward spell in the corridor and Snape appeared from nowhere to deflect it with a speed that suggested he'd been following Harry without being seen. Harry didn't understand Snape. Not yet. The understanding would come later in pieces, each one painful. For now, he filed Snape under complicated and moved on. 4,000 miles away, while Harry was learning the formal arts of magic, Clark Kent was discovering his own legacy. It happened in December of Harry's first year at Hogwarts. Clark was 14, tall and strong and increasingly aware that the life his parents had built for him in Smallville was a chrysalis, necessary, protective, but ultimately temporary. The man on the news in Metropolis, the man who could fly and lift cranes, had been seen again and again, and the world was beginning to talk about him. Not as an anomaly, but as a phenomenon, a protector, a hero. Clark thought about this constantly. He thought about it at school, during classes that bored him because the material was too easy and the pace was too slow. He thought about it at night, lying in bed, listening to the heartbeats of his parents in the next room and the distant pulse of a world that needed something he could provide. And then the crystal called to him. It was one of several that had been in the ship, small, angular, made of a material that looked like glass but felt like thought. Clark had kept them in a box under his bed for years, occasionally taking them out to examine them, never understanding what they were. But on a cold night in December, the largest crystal began to glow, not a gentle glow, a summons, a beacon, a voice he couldn't hear but could feel in the Kryptonian cells of his body calling him north. Clark flew. He didn't tell Jonathan and Martha. They were asleep, and the call was too urgent to wait, and he flew north, following the crystal's pull, accelerating through the atmosphere with a speed that compressed the stars into streaks of light. Over the Great Plains, over Canada, over the frozen wastes of the Arctic, where the world was white and silent and ancient. He found the Fortress of Solitude in a valley between two glaciers, a structure of crystal and light that rose from the ice like a frozen explosion. It was enormous, cathedral-scaled, the crystals reaching hundreds of feet into the polar sky, and it was alive, the same way Hogwarts was alive but differently. Where Hogwarts breathed with the slow, warm pulse of old magic, the fortress hummed with the cold, precise frequency of Kryptonian technology. Science and poetry fused into architecture. Clark landed at the entrance, a gap in the crystal wall that opened as he approached, responding to his DNA, to his Kryptonian biology, to the heritage encoded in every cell of his body. Inside, the fortress was light. Pure, white, crystalline light emanating from every surface, illuminating a space so vast it defied comprehension. And at the center, projected by the crystals into the empty air, was a figure. A man, tall, broad-shouldered, wearing a white robe. His face was Clark's face, older, more weathered, marked by grief and purpose, and a wisdom that came from watching a world die, but unmistakably Clark's face. "My son," said Jor-El, "I have been waiting for you." The hologram explained everything. Krypton, its history, its science, its destruction. Jor-El and Lara, Clark's birth parents, who had sent him to Earth because their world was dying and they wanted their son to live. The yellow sun, which gave Clark his abilities, abilities that would continue to grow, that had no theoretical ceiling, that made him arguably the most powerful being on the planet. Clark listened. He sat on the crystal floor of the fortress and listened for hours, the hologram speaking in a voice that was his father's voice, explaining a life that was his life. And the weight of it, the enormity of what he was and what was expected of him, settled onto his shoulders like a mantle. Clark spent hours in the fortress, moving from chamber to chamber, each one revealing another layer of his heritage. There was a room that contained the history of Krypton, not in books, but in crystalline projections that played across the walls like living paintings. He watched civilizations rise and fall. He saw the Science Council debate in their silver robes. He saw Jor-El, younger, angrier, pleading with colleagues who refused to believe their world was dying. He saw Lara, his birth mother, standing at a window, looking out at a sky that was already beginning to crack, her hand resting on a belly that held the future of a species. There was a room that contained technology, devices Clark didn't understand, instruments that responded to his touch with a precision that suggested they'd been designed for him specifically. And there was a room that contained a suit. It was folded neatly on a crystal pedestal, blue, with a red cape, and a symbol on the chest that Clark recognized from the ship, the S-shape that wasn't an S at all but the Kryptonian symbol for hope. Clark touched the fabric. It was warm like living skin, and it hummed with an energy that felt familiar, the same energy he felt when he flew, when the yellow sun poured into him and made him more than human, more than Kryptonian, more than anything that had ever existed on any world. He didn't put the suit on. Not yet. He wasn't ready. But he memorized its shape, its weight, its meaning, and he knew, with the same certainty that Harry had felt when he held his wand for the first time, that he would wear it someday, when the world needed him, when he was ready to be what his birth parents had hoped and his Earth parents had raised. "You were sent here for a reason," Jor-El said. "Not to rule, not to conquer, to help. The people of Earth are good, Kal-El, flawed and fragile and mortal, but good. They need you, not as a god but as a friend, a guardian, a symbol of what they can become." "My name is Clark," Clark said. "Clark Kent." The hologram smiled, a smile that was warm and sad and proud all at once. "Then be Clark Kent, my son. Be the best Clark Kent the world has ever seen." Clark flew home at dawn, the crystal clutched in his hand, the fortress sealed behind him. He landed in the back pasture as the sun was rising, painting the Kansas sky in shades of gold and amber, and Jonathan was standing on the porch with a cup of coffee, watching. "You found it," Jonathan said, "not a question. You knew. The crystals have been active for months. I figured it was only a matter of time." Clark sat on the porch steps, and Jonathan sat beside him, and they watched the sun come up over the wheat fields the way they'd watched 1,000 sunrises before. "He said I was sent here to help people," Clark said. "That's one way to look at it. What's another way? That you were sent here to be our son. And everything else, the powers, the purpose, the destiny, that's secondary. You're Clark first. The rest is what you do with Clark." Clark looked at his father, his real father, the one who mattered, the one who taught him to build fences and throw a football and be a man, and felt the weight on his shoulders shift. Not lighten exactly, but redistribute, balance. "I need to tell Harry," Clark said. "You should. He'll understand better than anyone." Clark called Harry that evening on the Kryptonian mirror. Harry was in the Gryffindor common room, curled in an armchair by the fire, a Transfiguration textbook open on his lap. He answered on the first ring. He always answered on the first ring. "I found my Hogwarts," Clark said. Harry listened as Clark described the fortress, the hologram, the history of Krypton. He listened the way he always listened to Clark, completely, with his whole attention, asking questions that were precise and perceptive, and showed that he understood not just the facts but the feelings behind them. "We're the same," Harry said when Clark finished. "We're both inheritors. We both carry something bigger than us, something our birth parents gave us that we didn't ask for and can't refuse. How do you handle it, the weight of it?" "I go home to the farm. I eat Mom's cooking. I do my homework. I remember that the big stuff doesn't change the small stuff. The small stuff is what matters, Clark smiled. Dad said something similar. Dad's usually right. Don't tell him that, he's insufferable enough already. They laughed, the sound of it carrying through the Kryptonian mirror across 4,000 miles, connecting a castle in Scotland to a farmhouse in Kansas, brothers bound by something stronger than blood or magic or the gravity of distant suns. Quidditch was the surprise. Harry hadn't expected to love flying on a broomstick. He could hover without one, after all, and Clark could fly at speeds that made professional brooms look like toys. But the moment he kicked off the ground on a school broom during Madame Hooch's first flying lesson, something clicked. It was different from hovering. Hovering was static, meditative, a function of his magic's relationship with gravity. Broomstick flying was kinetic, responsive, a conversation between rider and instrument that demanded every ounce of concentration and rewarded it with pure, exhilarating speed. When Neville Longbottom fell off his broom and broke his wrist, and Draco Malfoy snatched Neville's Remembrall and threw it into the sky with a sneer, Harry didn't think. He mounted his broom, shot after the glass ball, and caught it in a 50-foot dive that drew gasps from every student on the ground and brought Professor McGonagall striding across the lawn with an expression that Harry initially interpreted as fury. It was not fury. It was recognition. "Come with me, Mr. Kent," she said, and the look in her eye was the look of a woman who had just solved a problem that had been bothering her for months. 20 minutes later, Harry was the youngest Seeker in a century, recruited to the Gryffindor Quidditch team by a McGonagall who was trying very hard to be professional about it and failing. "Your father was a chaser," she told him with a smile that was almost girlish. "Best I ever saw, you have his instincts." Harry told Clark about it that night on the mirror. Clark was incredulous. "They're putting you on the team, you're 11, youngest in 100 years. Do you even know the rules? I'm learning them. Harry, you said yourself the Seekers dive at 150 miles an hour. I'm a good flyer. You've been flying for 3 hours total. Natural talent." "Must run in the family," Clark groaned, but he was grinning. "If you break any bones, I'm telling Mom. If I break any bones, they have magic to fix them. That does not make me feel better." Harry's first Quidditch match was against Slytherin in November, in conditions that were not ideal, cold, windy, the sky the color of polished steel. The stands were packed. Harry could hear the roar of the crowd from the changing room, a sound that was both terrifying and thrilling in equal measure. The game was chaos. Quidditch, Harry discovered, was not like any sport he'd ever seen. It was three-dimensional, violent, fast, and deeply unfair. The snitch was worth so many points that everything else was almost irrelevant, which meant the entire game could turn on a single moment of brilliance or failure by one player. Harry spent the first 20 minutes circling above the pitch, scanning for the snitch, dodging bludgers that the Slytherin beaters aimed at him with malicious precision. Then his broom went haywire. It bucked. It rolled. It tried to throw him off with a violence that was clearly not mechanical. Someone was jinxing his broom, someone in the stands, someone who had a clear line of sight to Harry and the magical ability to interfere. Harry held on. His fingers locked around the broomstick with a grip that was partly physical and partly magical, his instinctive magic wrapping around the wood, reinforcing his hold, fighting the jinx with a stubbornness that came from years of learning to control the uncontrollable. In the stands, Hermione, who had spotted Snape muttering with his eyes locked on Harry, set fire to Snape's robes. The jinx broke. Harry's broom stabilized. And directly below him, hovering near the ground, the golden snitch glinted in the gray light. Harry dove. It was not a controlled dive. There was no time for control. It was a plunge. A free fall, the broomstick pointed straight down and the ground rushing up and the snitch hovering just above the grass like a tiny, winged provocation. Harry reached out, felt the cold metal brush his fingertips, closed his hand, and pulled up so hard the broomstick groaned. He was 3 feet from the ground. The snitch was in his fist. The stadium erupted. Harry landed, held up the snitch, and was immediately buried under a pile of Gryffindor players who were screaming and laughing, and pounding his back with an enthusiasm that would have hospitalized a lesser person. Through the chaos, he looked up at the stands, where a large figure in a moleskin coat was clapping hard enough to be heard over the crowd, and a stern Scottish woman was on her feet, cheering with an abandon that her students had never seen and would never forget. Harry Kent was, it turned out, a phenomenal seeker. And while Quidditch was not saving the world, that was Clark's department, eventually it was something equally important. It was belonging. It was being part of a team, a house, a community. It was proof that the boy from Kansas could find a home at Hogwarts, the same way he'd found a home on the farm, the same way he'd find homes wherever life took him, because home was not a place but a feeling, and Harry Kent carried it with him. The friendship between Harry, Ron, and Hermione solidified that year into something unbreakable. Ron was warmth and humor, and a loyalty so deep it didn't need to be declared because it was simply present, like gravity. Hermione was brilliance and drive, and a moral compass so finely calibrated it could detect injustice from 100 yards. And Harry was the center, the one they both gravitated toward, not because he was famous or powerful, but because he was decent. Because Jonathan Kent had raised a boy who treated everyone with respect regardless of their blood status or house or family wealth. And in the wizarding world, where those categories carried the weight of centuries, that decency was revolutionary. They studied together in the library, practiced spells in empty classrooms, and explored the castle with a curiosity that frequently put them on the wrong side of Argus Filch, the caretaker, whose hatred of students was legendary, and whose cat, Mrs. Norris, had the unnerving ability to appear precisely where she was least wanted. Harry told them about Clark. Not everything, not the alien part, not the powers, but enough. That he had a brother at home who was his best friend. That the brother was extraordinary in his own way. That leaving him had been the hardest part of coming to Hogwarts. "You miss him," Hermione said, one evening in the common room with the perceptiveness that was her trademark. "Every day, but he's always 37 seconds away." "That's very specific," Ron said. "He's a very specific person." Harry's first year at Hogwarts reached its crisis point in June, as first years at Hogwarts tend to do. The signs had been building for months: a troll in the dungeons at Halloween, a 3-headed dog guarding a trapdoor, a professor who wore a turban that smelled of garlic and something worse. Harry, Ron, and Hermione had been investigating with the persistent, slightly reckless curiosity that is the hallmark of 11-year-olds who believe themselves invincible, and they had discovered that something called the Philosopher's Stone was hidden in the castle, and someone was trying to steal it. The night they went through the trapdoor, Harry carried Clark's mirror in his pocket and the Kryptonian rock in the other and his wand in his hand, and he was terrified and determined in equal measure. The obstacles were brutal and brilliant: a plant that tried to strangle them, flying keys that had to be caught, a giant chessboard where Ron sacrificed himself with a courage that made Harry's throat tight. Hermione solved the logic puzzle with the precise, beautiful reasoning that was her greatest gift. And at the end, alone, Harry walked into the final chamber and found not Snape, as they'd suspected, but Professor Quirrell. Quirrell, who had seemed timid and harmless all year, who stuttered and flinched and couldn't meet anyone's eye. Quirrell, who was standing before the mirror of Arist, a complete version of the fragment Harry had found in the Kansas cave, with an expression on his face that was not timid or harmless at all. "Mr. Kent," Quirrell said, and his stutter was gone, replaced by a voice that was calm and cold and certain. "Or Mr. Potter, rather. How convenient. The stone requires someone who wants to find it but not use it. I suspect that's you." Harry looked at the mirror. He saw what he always saw, his parents, Lily and James, smiling at him, proud of him. But now there was something else. A small, blood-red stone appeared in his reflection's pocket, and at the same time Harry felt something heavy materialize in his real pocket. The philosopher's stone. The mirror had given it to him because he wanted to protect it, not use it. "Give me the stone," Quirrell said. "Number a pity. My master was hoping you'd be reasonable." Quirrell turned and reached up and unwound his turban, and on the back of his head, embedded in the skull like a tumor, was a face. Flat serpentine with red eyes that burned in the torchlight. "Harry Potter," whispered Lord Voldemort, "we meet at last." Harry had faced darkness before. The Dementor in the woods, the pull of the mirror shard in the cave, the slow, grinding fear of a childhood spent hiding what he was. But this was different. This was the thing that had killed his parents. This was the monster at the center of his story, the reason for the scar, the source of every loss. And Harry was not afraid. Jonathan Kent had taught him that courage was not the absence of fear, but the decision that something else mattered more. Martha had taught him that love was the most powerful force in the universe. Clark had taught him that you could be extraordinary without being cruel, that power was a gift to be used in service of others, that the measure of a hero was not what they could destroy but what they could protect. Harry stood in the chamber, 11 years old, facing the darkest wizard of the age, and he thought of the farm. "You killed my parents," Harry said. "I did," Voldemort hissed. "And now I will have you. Give me the stone, Potter." "My name is Kent." Harry raised his wand. Quirrell lunged forward, hands outstretched. And the moment Quirrell's skin touched Harry's, something happened that neither of them expected. Quirrell screamed. His hands, the hands that were reaching for Harry's throat, were burning. Not metaphorically. The flesh was literally combusting, turning to ash where it contacted Harry's skin, as if Harry were made of fire or sunlight or something equally destructive to the shade that inhabited Quirrell's body. Harry didn't understand it, not then, not fully, but he acted on instinct. He grabbed Quirrell's face with both hands and held on. Quirrell screamed and writhed and tried to pull away, but Harry held on with a grip that was not physical strength but something deeper, something that came from the same place as the warmth that had driven the Dementor away, the same place as the runes on the blanket, the same place as the love his mother had died to give him. Voldemort's face on the back of Quirrell's head was screaming too, a high, thin, terrible scream that seemed to come from a dimension beyond sound. The red eyes blazed, then flickered, then went dark, and something ripped free from Quirrell's body, a shadow, a wraith, a formless darkness that howled through the chamber and vanished through the stone walls. Quirrell collapsed. Harry fell to his knees, his hands burning, his head splitting with pain centered on his scar. The philosopher's stone was in his pocket, cool and heavy and real. In Smallville, Kansas, Clark Kent sat up in bed like he'd been electrocuted. The mirror on his bedside table was screaming, not a sound but a vibration, an alarm built into the Kryptonian metal that responded to Harry's distress. Clark was on his feet before he was fully awake, already moving toward the window, already calculating the trajectory. Scotland, 37 seconds, less if he pushed. He was in the air in 3 seconds, tearing through the night sky at a speed that left a sonic boom rolling across the plains of central Kansas. He was over the Atlantic in 15 seconds, the ocean a dark blur beneath him, the stars wheeling overhead. He was over Britain in 25 seconds, descending through the cloud layer, his X-ray vision scanning the Scottish Highlands for the castle he'd never seen but would recognize from Harry's descriptions. He found Hogwarts in 31 seconds, 6 seconds faster than his best time. He hovered above the castle, invisible in the dark sky, and listened. He could hear everything, the snoring of students, the whisper of ghosts, the slow heartbeat of the castle itself. And beneath it all, in a chamber deep underground, he could hear Harry's heartbeat, fast, stressed, but steady. Alive, Clark waited. He hovered above the castle for an hour, listening to his brother's heart, ready to tear through 1,000 years of enchantments and stone and magic if that heartbeat wavered even once. It didn't. Harry's heartbeat steadied, slowed, returned to its resting rhythm. Voices surrounded him, adult voices, concerned and competent. A woman's voice, McGonagall's, Clark guessed, saying, "He's going to be fine." An old man's voice, Dumbledore, saying, "More than fine, extraordinary." Clark allowed himself a breath, then another. Then he flew home, slowly this time, watching the sun rise over the Atlantic, painting the waves in gold. Harry woke in the hospital wing 3 days later. The room was white and bright and smelled of antiseptic and potions, and Dumbledore was sitting beside his bed, eating what appeared to be a lemon-flavored candy. "Good morning, Harry," Dumbledore said. "How are you feeling?" "Like I touched a man's face and burned him alive," Harry said. "Yes, that was rather dramatic. The protection your mother's sacrifice provides is more powerful than I initially calculated. Voldemort, or what remains of him, cannot touch you, literally. Is he gone? His body is. His spirit, what little of it remains, has fled. But I would be lying if I told you he will not return. Voldemort has taken steps to ensure his survival that go beyond normal dark magic. He will be back, Harry. I believe that with certainty." Harry absorbed this. He looked at the ceiling of the hospital wing, at the arched stones, at the light falling through the high windows. "Then I need to be ready," he said. "You need to be a child first," Dumbledore said gently. "There is time, Harry. Not an infinite amount, but enough. Go home for the summer. Be with your family. Fly kites, eat pie, irritate your brother. The war will wait." "That's terrible strategic advice." "It is excellent human advice, which is considerably more important." Harry looked at the old wizard and saw, again, the weariness beneath the twinkle, the weight of a man who had fought darkness for so long that he sometimes forgot what he was fighting for. And Harry made a decision, quietly, without fanfare, that he would not forget. That no matter how dark things got, no matter how heavy the weight became, he would remember the farm and the kitchen table and the sound of his family's laughter and the feeling of flying through the Kansas sky with his brother beside him. "I'll go home," Harry said, "but I'll be back." "I know you will," Dumbledore said, "and Hogwarts will be here waiting." Harry sent Clark a message through the mirror that afternoon. Clark's face appeared immediately. He'd clearly been waiting. "I'm okay," Harry said. "I know." "I was there." Harry paused. "What?" "I flew to Scotland, the night it happened. I heard the mirror alarm and I came. I hovered over the castle for an hour, listening to your heartbeat." Harry stared at the mirror. The image of Clark hovering in the dark sky above Hogwarts, invisible and vigilant, a sentinel from another world watching over a castle full of wizards, was so absurd and so beautiful that Harry didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You came," Harry said. "I'll always come." 31 seconds. 31 seconds. New record. Harry laughed, and it hurt because his ribs were bruised, and he laughed harder because of the hurt, and Clark laughed too, and the mirror carried the sound of two brothers laughing across an ocean. And it was, Harry thought, the best sound in the world. The train ride home was different from the ride up. Harry sat with Ron and Hermione in their compartment, the English countryside flowing past in reverse, lush with summer now, green and golden, the fields heavy with growth. They talked about the year, about the stone, about Quirrell, about the fact that they'd survived something that should have been impossible, but also about normal things. Summer plans, books they wanted to read, the odds of the Chudley Cannons winning anything ever. "They'll surprise people next season," Ron insisted with the faith of a true believer. "Ron, they haven't won since 1892, Hermione said. "That just means they're overdue." Harry smiled and leaned his head against the window and watched England dissolve into the smear of speed. He was going home, to the farm, to the kitchen table, to Martha's cooking and Jonathan's quiet wisdom and Clark's invulnerable hugs. He was Harry Kent. He was Harry Potter. He was a Gryffindor, a wizard, and a brother. He had fought the darkest wizard of the age and won, not through power, but through love. Through the legacy of a mother who had died to save him and a family who had lived to raise him. And somewhere in the Arctic, a fortress of crystal and light hummed with the knowledge of Krypton. And somewhere in Scotland, a castle of stone and magic hummed with the memory of a boy who had sat on a stool and heard a hat whisper extraordinary. And somewhere in Kansas, a boy from the stars was building a fence, post by post, the way his father had taught him. 2 fortresses, 2 legacies, 2 brothers. The world was wide and full of danger, and Harry was heading into it with his eyes open and his heart full, and his brother 31 seconds away. That was enough. That was more than enough. The summer stretched ahead of him, golden and long and full of possibility. There would be chores, there were always chores. Jonathan would see to that. There would be long evenings on the porch, and mornings in the fort, and afternoons in the fields where the wheat grew tall and the sky stretched forever, and the world was simple and good. And there would be Clark, waiting on the porch, grinning, ready to hear every story Harry had to tell about a castle in Scotland where the paintings talked and the ghosts walked through walls, and a boy from Kansas had found the second home he never knew he needed. Harry touched the mirror in his pocket and felt its warmth, and the train carried him south toward London, and beyond London toward a portkey that would carry him home, and beyond home toward a future that was bright and terrifying and entirely his own. The chosen one was going home to the farm. The last son of Krypton was building a fence, and the world, vast and complicated and beautiful, turned on, carrying them both toward whatever came next. Chapter 4 End. Chapter 5 Worlds Collide. The basilisk was 70 feet long, blind by choice and lethal by nature, and it was sliding through the pipes beneath Hogwarts with the patience of something that had been waiting 1,000 years for someone to set it free. Harry's second year had started badly and gotten worse. Someone had opened the Chamber of Secrets, a hidden vault beneath the castle, built by Salazar Slytherin himself, containing a monster that only a Parselmouth could command. Students were being petrified, frozen solid by the basilisk's indirect gaze, their bodies rigid, their eyes wide and glassy, stored in the hospital wing like statues in a warehouse. And Harry could hear the thing in the walls. The voice came through the stone, a low, sibilant whisper that followed Harry through corridors and classrooms, audible only to him, speaking in the language he'd known since childhood. The language of snakes. Kill, tear, rip. I can hear a voice in the walls, Harry told Ron and Hermione in the common room one evening, trying to keep his own voice steady. It's the basilisk. It's using the plumbing system to move through the castle. You can hear it because you're a Parselmouth, Hermione said, her face pale but her mind already working. The rest of us just hear hissing. Harry, the school thinks you're the heir of Slytherin. They think you opened the chamber. I know. We need to find the actual entrance. They found it in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, a tap with a tiny snake carved into it that responded to Parseltongue. Harry spoke the word open in the language he'd been speaking since he was 2 years old, talking to garter snakes in a Kansas garden, and the sink dropped away to reveal a tunnel that plunged into the bedrock beneath the castle. He went down alone. Ron was trapped behind a rock fall. Hermione was petrified in the hospital wing, along with a dozen other students, and at the bottom of the chamber, lying on the cold stone floor with her eyes closed and her face as white as paper, was Ginny Weasley, Ron's sister, 11 years old, her life being drained by a memory embedded in a diary. Tom Riddle's diary, Lord Voldemort's diary. The shade that rose from the diary was young, 16, handsome, with dark hair and dark eyes and a smile that could have charmed the skin off a snake. He stood over Ginny's body with the proprietary air of a predator examining its kill. Harry Potter, said Tom Riddle. The boy who lived. I've been wanting to meet you. Kent, Harry said automatically, and some distant part of his mind noted the absurdity of correcting a shade of the darkest wizard in history on a matter of nomenclature. "Oh, I know about the Kents," Riddle said, and his smile widened. "I know about the farm in Kansas and the family that took you in. I know about the blanket and the scar and the mother who died. I know everything, Harry. Ginny told me. She wrote it all in my diary, every secret, every fear, every whisper she overheard. Including yours." Harry's blood went cold. Not because of the revelation he'd suspected the diary was responsible for the attacks, but because of what Riddle might know. About Clark, about the ship, about the boy from Krypton who could fly and lift tractors and shoot heat from his eyes. "What do you know about my brother?" Harry asked, and his voice was steady but his wand hand was not. "Enough," Riddle said. "Enough to be very, very interested. But that's a conversation for another time. Right now, I need your life to restore mine. Nothing personal, it's simply practical." He turned to the enormous stone head of Salazar Slytherin that dominated the far wall of the chamber. "Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four." The stone mouth opened, and the basilisk emerged. Harry didn't look at it. He'd remembered Hermione's research in time, and he knew that direct eye contact was death. He ran, sprinting through the chamber with the sound of the basilisk's body scraping against stone behind him, enormous and fast and hungry. Then something extraordinary happened. A flash of fire erupted in the air above Harry's head, and a bird appeared, a phoenix, scarlet and gold, its tail feathers streaming behind it like a banner. Fawkes, Dumbledore's phoenix, carrying something in its talons. It dropped the object into Harry's hands and then wheeled in the air, diving straight at the basilisk, and with two precise strikes of its talons, blinded the serpent. The basilisk screamed, a sound that shook the foundations of the chamber and thrashed blindly, its massive body smashing stone columns and sending debris flying. Harry looked at what Fawkes had brought him. It was a hat. The Sorting Hat, battered and patched and as unprepossessing as ever. But when Harry reached inside, his fingers closed around something cold and hard and unmistakably a weapon. He drew out a sword, silver, ruby-encrusted, gleaming with a light that seemed to come from within. The sword of Gryffindor, a relic 1,000 years old, appearing for a student who was worthy of it. Harry had never used a sword, but Jonathan Kent had taught him to use tools, and Martha Kent had taught him that courage was a decision, and Clark Kent had taught him that you protect the people you love no matter the cost. The basilisk lunged. Harry dodged, rolled, came up on one knee, and drove the sword upward through the roof of the serpent's mouth. The blade punched through bone and brain and emerged from the top of the basilisk's skull. The creature shuddered, its body spasming, its coils tightening and then relaxing. A fang pierced Harry's arm on the way through. Basilisk venom, among the most lethal substances in the magical world, began spreading through his bloodstream. Harry felt it immediately, a burning cold that radiated from the wound, his vision blurring, his heartbeat stuttering. He had maybe 2 minutes. He used them well. He pulled the fang from his arm, crawled to the diary, and stabbed it. The fang punched through the leather cover and into the pages, and ink poured from the wound like blood, black, viscous, screaming as Tom Riddle's shade writhed and dissolved, his handsome face distorting, his dark eyes widening in disbelief as the artifact that housed his fragment of soul was destroyed. Ginny gasped, her eyes flying open, color flooding back into her face. Harry collapsed. The venom was in his heart now. He could feel it, a cold hand closing around the muscle, squeezing, his pulse becoming irregular, his breathing shallow. He lay on the stone floor of the chamber and looked at the ceiling and thought about the farm and the sky and Clark's face when he laughed, and the way Martha's kitchen smelled in the morning. Then Fawkes landed on his chest. The phoenix lowered its head, and a single tear fell from its dark eye onto the wound on Harry's arm. Phoenix tears. The only known antidote to basilisk venom. The warmth spread through Harry's body, pushing back the cold, restarting his heart, healing the wound until only a thin scar remained, Another scar, another reminder, another chapter in the story of a boy who kept surviving things that should have killed him. Harry lay on the floor of the Chamber of Secrets, alive, and laughed. It was a ragged, exhausted, slightly hysterical laugh, and it echoed off the stone walls of a room that had been silent for 1,000 years. He carried Ginny out. Ron was waiting. The rest was aftermath, explanations, celebrations, Dumbledore's twinkling eyes and McGonagall's barely concealed pride and Snape's expression of savage relief that he would deny until his dying day. The second year changed Harry in ways he didn't immediately recognize. The basilisk was dead. He'd killed it with a sword, which was something he still couldn't quite believe, even weeks later, and the chamber was sealed, and the petrified students were revived with Mandrake restorative draft, and Hogwarts returned to normal with the resilience that 1,000-year-old institutions develop through sheer practice. But Harry had faced death, not the abstract, historical death of his parents' story, not the defeated shade of Voldemort at the end of first year, but real, personal, immediate death, the basilisk's fang in his arm, the venom spreading through his blood, the world going dark at the edges. He'd felt his heart stutter. He'd felt the cold creep into his extremities. He'd tasted the metallic edge of oblivion on the back of his tongue, and he'd survived. Again. The boy who lived, living up to his title with a persistence that was beginning to feel less like luck and more like purpose. Ginny Weasley wrote him a thank-you note that was 3 pages long and stained with tears. Ron punched his shoulder and called him mental, which was Ron's highest form of praise. Hermione, once she was depetrified, hugged him hard enough to crack his ribs and then spent an hour lecturing him about the statistical improbability of Phoenix tears arriving at the precise moment of need, which was Hermione's highest form of affection. Dumbledore called Harry to his office and gave him tea and a lemon drop and a long, searching look that Harry returned without flinching. "You chose to go into the chamber alone," Dumbledore said. "Ron was trapped. Hermione was petrified. There wasn't anyone else. You could have come to a teacher." "With respect, Professor, the teachers didn't know where the chamber was. I did. Every minute I spent looking for help was a minute Ginny didn't have." Dumbledore regarded him over the rim of his teacup. "Your father would have said exactly the same thing. He had the same irritating tendency to be right about things that should have been wrong." "Is that a compliment?" "It is an observation. Compliments, Harry, are for people who need encouragement. You need restraint. The courage you displayed was extraordinary. The recklessness was also extraordinary. The two are not the same quality, despite feeling identical in the moment." Harry accepted the lemon drop and the criticism in equal measure. Dumbledore was right. He'd been reckless, and recklessness killed people. Jonathan had told him the same thing 100 times in different words. Courage is not the absence of caution. It's the willingness to be cautious and brave at the same time. Harry didn't tell Clark about the basilisk until the summer. He waited until they were in the fort, lying on the wooden floor, looking up through the gaps in the roof at the Kansas sky, and then he told the whole story, leaving nothing out. Clark was silent for a long time. "You almost died," he said finally. "I had a phoenix. What if you hadn't? Then I suppose you'd have had to fly to Scotland and fight a giant snake." "This isn't funny, Harry." "I know it isn't." Harry sat up and looked at his brother. "Clark, the world I belong to is dangerous. There are dark things in it, monsters and curses and people who want to hurt others for power. I can't avoid that. I can only prepare for it. And I can only be 37 seconds away." 31. "You set a new record, remember." Clark didn't smile. He looked at Harry with eyes that were old beyond their years, eyes that had seen the history of a dead planet and the suffering of a world that needed saving. And Harry saw something in his brother's expression that he hadn't seen before. Not fear. Resolve. The resolve of someone who has decided that the people he loves will not die, period, and who has the power to enforce that decision. "I'm building something," Clark said. In the fortress, a monitoring system. It'll be keyed to your magical signature, the energy your body produces. If anything happens to you, if your vitals drop, if your magic flares beyond normal levels, I'll know. Instantly. No mirror needed. Clark, that's non-negotiable. Harry looked at his brother and recognized the stubbornness. It was Jonathan's stubbornness, the immovable kind, the kind that had kept the Kent farm in the family for 4 generations despite floods and droughts and Luther Corp's offers. "Okay," Harry said, "build your system." Clark built it. He spent 3 weeks in the fortress, working with Kryptonian technology that was millennia ahead of anything on Earth, calibrating sensors to detect the specific magical frequency that Harry's body emitted. It was not a simple task. Magic and Kryptonian technology operated on fundamentally different principles, like trying to build a bridge between 2 continents that existed in different dimensions. But Clark was nothing if not persistent, and Jor-El's hologram provided guidance that was invaluable if occasionally patronizing. "Your attachment to the magical human is admirable, Kal-El," the hologram said, "if somewhat irrational. He's my brother. Kryptonian kinship bonds are genetic. This human shares none of your genetic material. He's still my brother. Build the sensor." The hologram paused, a distinctly non-holographic pause, laden with something that might have been emotion if holograms could feel. "Your Earth father has taught you well," it said finally. "The sensor will be operational within the hour." The monitoring system worked. Clark tested it obsessively, having Harry cast spells of varying intensity while Clark measured the response from the fortress. The system could detect a spike in Harry's magical output from anywhere on the planet within 3 seconds. Combined with Clark's flight speed, this meant that Harry was never more than half a minute from rescue. It was not a guarantee. Nothing was guaranteed in either of their worlds. But it was enough to let Clark sleep at night, which was enough for Martha, which was enough for the family to function. And while Clark built sensors in the Arctic, he was also building something else, a reputation. The man on the news in Metropolis was appearing more frequently now, more visibly, his rescues more dramatic and his presence more undeniable. The world was starting to pay attention. Reporters were investigating. Cameras were catching clearer footage. And Clark, watching from Smallville, was making a decision that would change the world. Not yet, not quite yet, but soon. 3rd year brought Sirius Black. The escaped prisoner appeared in Harry's life like a storm, wild, violent, seemingly impossible. Sirius Black, convicted mass murderer, betrayer of the Potters, the man who had led Voldemort to Godric's Hollow. He'd escaped from Azkaban, the wizarding prison, guarded by Dementor, which supposedly could not be escaped, and the entire magical world believed he was coming for Harry. Dementors were stationed around Hogwarts. Harry felt them the moment he stepped off the train, that horrible, bone-deep cold he remembered from the woods when he was 7, the draining of joy, the suffocating darkness. But he was stronger now, older. The warmth that had driven the Dementor away when he was 7 was still inside him, and he was learning to channel it. Professor Lupin, the new defense against the dark arts teacher, a tired, scarred man with kind eyes and a secret Harry wouldn't learn until later, taught Harry the Patronus charm. The spell required a happy memory, a moment of pure joy concentrated and projected through the wand as a shield of silver light. Harry's happy memory was not what Lupin expected. It wasn't the farm, though the farm was happy. It wasn't Hogwarts, though Hogwarts was wonderful. It wasn't even the moment he'd caught the snitch, or the moment the Sorting Hat had shouted Gryffindor, or the moment he'd held his wand for the first time. It was Clark. It was a specific moment, a Tuesday in August. Harry was 8, and Clark had carried him on his back across the fields at sunset, running at just enough speed to make Harry's hair stream behind him, but not so much that anyone watching would notice. The wheat was golden. The sky was pink. Clark was laughing. and Harry clinging to his brother's back, his face pressed into the warmth of Clark's shoulder, had felt, for one perfect, crystalline moment, completely, utterly, unconditionally safe. Expecto Patronum, Harry shouted, and the silver light erupted from his wand with a force that made Lupin stagger backward. The Patronus was a stag. Enormous, silver, its antlers catching the light like a crown of stars. It charged across the room with a grace and power that was breathtaking, and the air around it was warm, not just temperature warm, but emotionally warm, the warmth of being loved, of being home, of being held. That, Lupin whispered, his face white, his eyes wide, is the most powerful Patronus I have ever seen from a student. Your father, James, his Patronus was a stag too. Harry looked at the silver stag and felt the connection stretch across time. From a father he'd never known to a brother who had filled the space that father left. From one kind of love to another, all of it fused into silver and light, and the shape of an animal that meant protection. The truth about Sirius came out in the Shrieking Shack, in a confrontation that was chaotic and violent and ultimately redemptive. Sirius was not the betrayer. Peter Pettigrew, a rat, literally and figuratively, who had been hiding as Ron's pet for 12 years, was the one who'd sold the Potters to Voldemort. Sirius was innocent. Sirius was Harry's godfather. Sirius loved Harry with a desperate, decade-old ache that was painful to witness. "You look so much like James," Sirius said, his voice raw, his gaunt face streaked with tears. "But the eyes, Lily's eyes." "Everyone says that," Harry said, and he was crying too, and he didn't care. "Where have you been, Harry? Dumbledore wouldn't tell anyone. The whole world's been looking for you." "Kansas. I was raised by a family called the Kents." Sirius stared at him. "Muggles, the best people I've ever known." Something in Sirius's expression shifted, from confusion to acceptance to something that looked like gratitude. "James would have liked that," he said quietly. "He always said the best people weren't the ones with the most power. They were the ones who used their power for good." "Sounds like something my other dad, would say." "Then you've had good fathers, Harry, both of them." Sirius couldn't stay. Pettigrew escaped, a failure that would haunt them all, and Sirius was still a wanted man in the eyes of the law. He fled on a hippogriff named Buckbeak, which was, Harry reflected, exactly the kind of exit one would expect from his godfather. But before he left, he gave Harry something, a photograph. Lily and James at their wedding, laughing, dancing, radiantly alive. And standing beside them, arm around James's shoulder, was Sirius, young, handsome, happy in a way that the broken man on the hippogriff was not. "Keep that," Sirius said. "Remember them like that, not the way they died, the way they lived." Harry kept the photograph. He put it beside his bed in Gryffindor Tower next to Clark's mirror and the Kryptonian rock. His collection of sacred objects was growing, tokens from both his worlds, anchors that kept him grounded as the storms around him intensified. The summer between third and fourth year was the last good summer. Harry didn't know that at the time. You never know the last good time while you're living it, but looking back, it shone with a golden, bittersweet light. Clark was 18 and had just graduated from Smallville High. He'd applied to the journalism program at Metropolis University, not because he needed the education, but because Metropolis was where the action was, where the mysterious flying man had been spotted, where the world was changing. Clark wanted to be part of that change, and journalism, he decided, was the best way to do it. A reporter could go anywhere, ask anything, and shine a light into dark places without needing to reveal who was holding the flashlight. Journalism, Jonathan had said in a tone that conveyed both pride and resignation. "Your mother wanted you to be a doctor. Mom wanted me to help people. Journalism helps people. Journalism helps people know things. There's a difference." "Knowing is the first step," Clark said, with the earnest conviction that was his most endearing and most exasperating quality. "You can't fix what you can't see." Harry, who was 14 and already thinking about the war he could feel gathering like a storm on the horizon, saw the logic in Clark's choice. A reporter in Metropolis would be positioned to respond to crises. Clark could be on the scene of any disaster, any attack, any emergency, and no one would question why. Reporters went where the trouble was. It was perfect cover. "You're going to be Superman," Harry said one evening, sitting on the porch watching Clark throw a football into the upper atmosphere and catch it on the way down. Clark fumbled the catch. "What? Superman? That's what they're calling the flying man on the news. And that flying man is going to be you." "I'm not. I haven't decided, Clark. You've been flying to Metropolis on weekends for a year. You pulled a bus full of kids out of a river last month. You think I didn't notice?" Clark sat down on the porch steps. The football hovered in the air beside him. He'd forgotten to let go of the telekinetic catch, which happened sometimes when he was distracted. "I can't not help," Clark said. "I hear things, Harry, all the time. Accidents, fires, crimes, people screaming, people dying, and I can stop it. I can be there in seconds and I can stop it. How do I ignore that?" "You don't. You shouldn't. I'm not saying you should. I'm saying you should do it properly, with a plan, with a costume, with a name." Superman is a stupid name. Superman is a great name. It tells people exactly what you are. I'm not a Superman. I'm a farm boy from Kansas who happens to be bulletproof. That is literally the definition of Superman, Clark. They argued about it for the rest of the evening, the way they argued about everything, with love, with humor, with an underlying seriousness that neither of them acknowledged directly. Clark didn't commit to anything that night. But the seed was planted, and Harry watched it take root over the following weeks, as Clark spent more time at the fortress, more time studying Jor-El's lessons on Kryptonian history and ethics, more time standing in front of the crystal pedestal where the blue suit with the red cape waited for its owner. The last good summer, mornings on the tractor, afternoons in the fields, evenings on the porch with lemonade and arguments and the Kansas sky doing its infinite, impossible thing above them. Harry memorized every moment because something inside him, the same instinct that let him sense magic and talk to snakes and feel the weight of dark things approaching, told him that this particular configuration of happiness was temporary. He was right. Fourth year brought the Triwizard Tournament, and with it, the return of Lord Voldemort. Harry's name came out of the Goblet of Fire, placed there by someone who wanted him dead, though Harry wouldn't discover who until it was too late. He was forced to compete against 3 older, more experienced wizards in tasks that were designed to be lethal: a dragon, a lake full of merpeople, and a maze that ate people. He survived the dragon by flying, his seeker skills translating to combat aviation with an elegance that would have made McGonagall proud. He survived the lake by using gillyweed and his parseltongue abilities to negotiate with the merpeople, who were impressed by a wizard who could communicate with non-human magical beings in their own conceptual language. And he survived the maze barely, by keeping his head when the enchantments tried to drive him mad, relying on the mental discipline that Jonathan had instilled in him through years of fence building and tractor driving, and being told, over and over, that patience was the most powerful tool a man could possess. But the maze ended in a graveyard, and the graveyard was where everything changed. The Triwizard Cup was a portkey. Harry and Cedric Diggory, the Hogwarts champion, a decent, handsome boy who didn't deserve what happened to him, touched it simultaneously and were transported to a graveyard in Little Hangleton, where Peter Pettigrew was waiting with a bundle of robes that contained something barely alive. "Kill the spare," said a voice from the bundle, and Pettigrew raised his wand, and Cedric Diggory died. Harry would carry that moment for the rest of his life. The green flash, the same green flash he'd seen in the mirror, the same green flash that had killed his parents and Cedric falling, his face still wearing the expression of surprise he'd had when they'd grabbed the cup, as if death were simply an unexpected inconvenience. Pettigrew performed the ritual: bone of the father, flesh of the servant, blood of the enemy, Harry's blood, taken by force, dripping from a cut on his arm into a cauldron that bubbled and smoked and gave birth to a nightmare. Lord Voldemort rose from the cauldron like a snake emerging from an egg, white-skinned, red-eyed, noseless, his body a mockery of human form, his magic a storm of malice that pressed against Harry's senses like a physical weight. "Harry Potter," Voldemort said, and his voice was the voice from the back of Quirrell's head, older now, stronger, terrible. "We meet again." "Kent," Harry whispered, and even now, even facing death, the correction was automatic. Identity mattered. Names mattered. He was a Kent. "I know about the Kents," Voldemort said, and his thin lips stretched into something that was not a smile but a prediction of one. "I know about the farm, the brother, the fascinating brother with abilities that even I find intriguing. When I have dealt with you, I intend to pay the Kent family a visit." Something broke inside Harry. Not his courage, his restraint. He'd been afraid. Standing in the graveyard, surrounded by Death Eaters in their masks and robes, Cedric's body cooling on the ground, his blood on Voldemort's hands, he'd been afraid. But the mention of Clark, of the farm, of his family, transformed fear into something else. Something hotter and sharper and infinitely more dangerous. "You will not touch my family," Harry said, and his voice carried a resonance that made the Death Eaters step back. It was not a normal voice. It was Harry's magic, channeled through his vocal cords, amplifying his words with the force of absolute conviction. The air around him crackled. The ground beneath his feet trembled. His scar blazed with pain, but the pain was fuel, not weakness. "I killed your parents," Voldemort said. "I will kill you, and then I will kill everyone you have ever loved." "My mother thought differently." Harry raised his wand. Voldemort raised his. And in the graveyard, surrounded by death, they dueled. The spells met in midair, Harry's disarming charm and Voldemort's killing curse, and something happened that neither of them anticipated. The twin cores connected. Brother wands, phoenix feather cores from the same bird, and they would not fight each other. A beam of golden light erupted between the wands, and the air filled with a sound like singing, and ghosts emerged from Voldemort's wand, echoes of the people he'd killed. Cedric came first, then an old man, then a woman Harry didn't recognize, then, his breath stopping in his chest, Lily Potter and James Potter. His parents, silver and translucent and beautiful, and looking at him with such love that Harry's knees nearly buckled. "Hold on, Harry," James said. "Hold on, son. We're so proud of you," Lily said, and her voice was the voice from the lullaby, the one Harry had almost remembered for his entire life, and hearing it now, finally, completely, was the most painful and wonderful thing he had ever experienced. "When the connection breaks, run," James said. "Get to the cup. It'll take you back." "I don't want to leave you." "You're not leaving us," Lily said. "We're always with you, in the blanket, in the scar, in the love that carried you to Kansas." "We're always with you, Harry." The connection broke. Harry ran. He grabbed Cedric's body, because he would not leave Cedric in this place, because Kents don't leave people behind, and touched the cup, and the graveyard disappeared, and he was back at Hogwarts, lying on the grass of the Quidditch pitch with a dead boy beside him and blood on his hands and the taste of his mother's voice in his ears. In Smallville, Kansas, at approximately 4:47 p.m. Central Standard Time, Clark Kent's monitoring system went off. Every alarm, simultaneously, a cascade of warnings that lit up the fortress like a Christmas tree, magical signature spiking to unprecedented levels. Vital signs crashing and recovering and crashing again. The kind of data that meant his brother was either fighting for his life or dying. Clark was in the air before the second alarm finished sounding. Jonathan, who was in the barn, heard the sonic boom and closed his eyes. Martha, who was in the kitchen, set down her cup of tea with steady hands and walked to the porch and looked at the sky and waited. Clark reached Scotland in 28 seconds. his fastest time ever. He broke the sound barrier 4 times on the way, leaving a trail of sonic booms across the Atlantic that would confuse meteorologists for weeks. He arrived above Hogwarts to find chaos, students screaming, teachers running. A crowd gathered around a figure on the ground. 2 figures, one alive, one not. Clark hovered. He could see Harry, alive, conscious, covered in blood that was partly his own and partly someone else's, being held by Dumbledore, who looked, for the first time in Clark's limited experience, old. Genuinely, terrifyingly old. Harry was alive. Clark let himself breathe. He stayed above the castle for 30 minutes, invisible in the dark sky, watching, listening until he was certain, absolutely unequivocally certain, that Harry was safe. Then he went home. He landed in the back pasture, walked to the porch where Martha was waiting, and sat beside her. "He's alive," Clark said. "I know," Martha said. "I would have felt it if he weren't." They sat on the porch, watching the sun go down over Kansas, and waited for their boy to come home. The summer after 4th year was different from the summers before. Harry came home changed. Not broken, Jonathan Kent's son was not breakable, but altered the way metal is altered by fire. Harder, sharper, more aware of the fragility of the things he loved. He told them everything. The graveyard, the duel, the ghosts of his parents, Cedric's death. He told them about Voldemort's threat against the family. He told them about the blood protection that now ran in Voldemort's veins, Harry's blood, taken by force, which meant the old protections were compromised. Jonathan listened. Martha listened. Clark listened with fists clenched so hard the Kryptonian rock in his pocket cracked. "He's coming," Harry said. "Not right away. He'll build his forces first, recruit, prepare. But he's coming, and when he does, he won't just come for me. He'll come for everyone I love." "Let him come," Clark said, and his voice was not the voice of a 17-year-old farm boy. It was the voice of something else, something vast and powerful and ancient, something that had been sleeping inside Clark Kent since the day he landed on Earth and was now slowly beginning to wake. "Clark, I mean it, Harry, let him come. Let all of them come. Every Death Eater, every dark wizard, every monster they can conjure. I will stand between them and this family, and they will not pass." Harry looked at his brother and saw, clearly and for the first time, what Clark was becoming. Not just powerful, not just brave. Inevitable. A force of nature in human form, as unstoppable as gravity, as permanent as the sun. The hero the world would come to know by a name that Clark hadn't chosen yet, but that Harry could almost see, shimmering in the air around his brother like a heat mirage. Superman. "I know you will," Harry said. "But this isn't just your fight, it's mine too, and before it's over we're going to need each other. We always need each other. Then we'll be fine." Meanwhile, in a penthouse office in Metropolis, a bald man in a tailored suit was reading a report with growing fascination. Lex Luthor had changed since his Smallville days. The lonely teenager in the silver Porsche had become a titan of industry, CEO of LexCorp at 24, billionaire by 26, the most powerful non-governmental individual in the Western Hemisphere by 28. He was brilliant, ruthless, charming when he chose to be, and consumed by an obsession that had been growing since the day he met the Kent brothers in a gas station parking lot. The report on his desk was from a research division that didn't officially exist, a division dedicated to tracking and analyzing anomalous phenomena, superhuman events, unexplained rescues. A figure in the sky above Metropolis, moving at speeds that shouldn't be possible, lifting weights that shouldn't be liftable. The figure was becoming bolder, more visible, more public. The press had given him a name, Superman. Lex looked at the blurry photographs. He looked at the flight trajectories. He looked at the estimated energy output, numbers so large they were functionally meaningless, orders of magnitude beyond any known technology. And then he looked at the other file. The one from his Smallville archives. The one labeled Kent, CLARK, anomalies. He set the two files side by side and smiled. It was the smile Clark had described years ago, like a shark's, but on purpose. "Found you," Lex whispered. The photographs were arranged on his desk like evidence at a trial, because that's exactly what they were. Evidence. Proof. The culmination of years of suspicion, beginning with a bald teenager in a gas station parking lot watching two boys who were too strange for a town that was already strange. Lex had tracked Clark's movements for years. The near misses that should have killed him but didn't. The impossible feats of strength he tried to hide. The correlation between Clark's known whereabouts and the mysterious rescues in Smallville that the local paper chalked up to luck and coincidence. Lex didn't believe in luck, and he certainly didn't believe in coincidence. And now the flying man in Metropolis, Superman as the world was calling him, a being of godlike power accountable to no one, operating outside every law and system and institution that kept civilization functional. Lex saw what the adoring public did not, that a being of unlimited power was, by definition, a being of unlimited threat. Today he saved a bus full of children. Tomorrow he might decide that humanity's choices were incorrect and take matters into his own invulnerable hands. Someone had to be prepared. Someone had to have a contingency. Someone had to be willing to look at the smiling God in the cape and ask the question that nobody else was asking. What happens when he stops smiling? Lex opened a drawer and pulled out a small, glowing green stone, kryptonite, harvested from the fields outside Smallville, the meteorite fragments that LexCorp scientists had been studying for years. The stone pulsed with a sickly light, and Lex held it up to the window, watching the green glow play across his reflection. "Everyone has a weakness," Lex murmured, "even gods." He set the stone down and picked up the phone. "Get me the head of the Applied Sciences Division, and cancel my meetings for the rest of the week. We're pivoting." LexCorp's new priority, effective immediately, was Kryptonian countermeasures. The budget was unlimited. The secrecy was absolute. And the target, though Lex hadn't confirmed it yet, though the final proof was still being assembled, was a farm boy from Smallville, Kansas, who could fly. Clark Kent was about to discover that not all enemies wielded dark magic or killing curses. Some of them wielded something far more dangerous: intelligence, resources, and the unshakable conviction that they were right. And in a manor house in Wiltshire, at approximately the same time, Lucius Malfoy, Death Eater, pure-blood supremacist and Voldemort's most connected lieutenant, was reading a different kind of report. This one was from the Wizarding World's intelligence networks, and it detailed the return of the Dark Lord, the events of the graveyard, and a curious fact that had emerged from the debriefing of the Death Eaters who had been present. Harry Potter had mentioned a brother. A Muggle brother, raised together, with abilities that Potter had invoked with a confidence that suggested they were considerable. Lucius set down the report and picked up his quill. He wrote a letter to a man he'd never met but whose reputation preceded him, a Muggle businessman with resources, ambitions, and apparently an interest in the extraordinary. "Dear Mr. Luther," the letter began, "I believe we have interests in common." Lucius leaned back in his chair and considered the possibilities. The Dark Lord had returned, yes, and the Wizarding World would soon be at war again. But this time, the war would not be confined to the hidden corners of magical society. Harry Potter had a Muggle brother with abilities that defied magical explanation. The Muggle world contained resources, technology, infrastructure, weapon systems that could amplify magical power in ways no one had yet explored. Magic and technology, wand and machine, the two great forces of civilization, separated for centuries by mutual ignorance, about to be introduced by men who understood that power was power, regardless of its source. Lucius signed the letter with a flourish, sealed it with the Malfoy crest, and attached it to the leg of his eagle owl. The owl spread its wings and launched itself into the night, climbing quickly above the manor's spires and banking west toward the Atlantic, toward a city of glass and steel, where a bald man in a penthouse was staring at photographs of a boy who could fly. The meeting, when it happened 3 weeks later, took place in a private dining room in a restaurant in London that existed in the overlapping space between the magical and non-magical worlds, a place where wizards and muggles of sufficient wealth and discretion could conduct business that neither world's authorities needed to know about. Lucius arrived in robes that he'd transfigured to resemble an expensive suit. Lex arrived in a suit that was already more expensive than anything in Lucius's wardrobe. They recognized each other immediately. Not physically, they'd never met, but intellectually. They were the same species, predators at the apex, men who wielded power with precision and understood that the world was divided into those who shaped events and those who were shaped by them. "Mr. Malfoy," Lex said, extending his hand, "your letter was fascinating. Mr. Luther, your reputation precedes you. As does yours. I understand you serve a man who was recently resurrected." Lucius's smile was thin and cold. "And I understand you have an interest in a man who is not entirely human." They sat. They ordered wine, an excellent vintage chosen by Lex, approved by Lucius. They spoke carefully at first, circling each other, testing the boundaries of trust and ambition. Then, gradually, the conversation deepened. Lex described what he knew about Superman, the abilities, the vulnerabilities, the kryptonite. Lucius described what he knew about Harry Potter, the prophecy, the connection to the Dark Lord, the remarkable fact that the boy who lived had been raised alongside an alien in rural Kansas. "Two brothers," Lex said, turning his wine glass in his fingers. "One magical, one superhuman, each the other's greatest weakness. And greatest strength," Lucius added, "which is why they must be separated before they can be defeated." "Separated or turned against each other." Lucius raised an eyebrow. "Can that be done?" "Everyone has a pressure point, Mr. Malfoy. Every loyalty has a breaking point. The trick is finding it and having the patience to apply precisely the right amount of force." They toasted. Crystal clinked against crystal, a sound like the breaking of something fragile, an old world giving way to a new one, barriers between magic and technology falling, alliances forming in the shadows between two wars that were about to become one. The owl had carried a letter across the Atlantic. The letter had built a bridge, and across that bridge darkness was marching, darkness in robes and darkness in suits, darkness with wands and darkness with kryptonite, darkness that understood something the heroes did not yet comprehend. The enemy was collaborating. The enemy was combining their strengths. And unless the brothers from Kansas did the same, unless the chosen one and the last son stood together against a threat that spanned both their worlds, everything they loved would burn. The war was coming. And it was going to be bigger than anyone expected. Chapter 5 End. Chapter 6. The last son and the chosen one. The day the worlds ended, it started with rain. Not ordinary rain. A black, oily precipitation that fell from a sky that had turned the color of a bruise, covering Hogwarts and the surrounding highlands in a darkness that was not meteorological but magical. The rain hissed when it hit stone, leaving marks like acid burns on the castle's ancient walls. Students gathered at the windows, watching, and the professors exchanged glances that the students weren't meant to see, glances that said, "This is it. This is what we've been preparing for. This is the beginning of the end." Harry felt it before the rain started. He was in the Gryffindor common room, 17 years old now, his 5th, 6th, and 7th years compressed into a blur of escalating danger and desperate preparation. Dumbledore was dead, killed at the end of Harry's 6th year on top of the astronomy tower by Severus Snape, whose true allegiance was still a mystery that burned in Harry's chest like an ember. The Horcruxes were destroyed. All of them. Harry, Ron, and Hermione had spent the better part of a year hunting the fragments of Voldemort's soul. A locket, a cup, a diadem, a diary already destroyed. A ring destroyed by Dumbledore and Harry himself. Harry, who carried a piece of Voldemort's soul behind his scar like a passenger in a vehicle it didn't own. Harry knew he had to die. Dumbledore had told him, not directly, because Dumbledore never said anything directly, but through a series of clues and memories and carefully orchestrated revelations that had led Harry to the unavoidable conclusion that the fragment of Voldemort's soul inside him could not be destroyed while Harry lived. He had not told Clark. This was the hardest secret Harry had ever kept, and he had kept many. Harder than hiding his magic from schoolchildren. Harder than concealing Clark's abilities from the wizarding world. Harder than carrying the weight of a prophecy that said neither can live while the other survives. Because telling Clark would mean watching his brother's face when he learned that Harry intended to walk to his own death. And Harry could face Voldemort, could face the killing curse, could face the annihilation of his own existence, but he could not face that. The rain intensified. The sky cracked with lightning that was green, killing curse green, the color of death and of Harry's eyes, a coincidence that had never seemed like a coincidence. And on the horizon, beyond the forbidden forest, an army was assembling. Voldemort had come to Hogwarts, and he had not come alone. The Death Eaters were there, hundreds of them, masked and robed, their wands ready. Giants were there, lumbering shapes in the darkness, their footsteps shaking the ground. Dementors were there, clouds of them, their presence draining the warmth from the air and the hope from the hearts of everyone within range. But there was something else, something new, something that didn't belong in the wizarding world at all. Machines. At the edges of the army, scattered among the giants and the Death Eaters, were devices of steel and glass and circuitry, constructs that hummed with a frequency that made Harry's magical senses recoil. They were weapons, clearly, but not magical weapons, technological weapons. LexCorp weapons, designed to exploit the vulnerabilities that Lex Luthor had spent years cataloging. Kryptonite-powered energy cannons, capable of generating beams of concentrated green radiation that could weaken a Kryptonian from 1,000 yards. Magical frequency disruptors, built with specifications provided by Lucius Malfoy's researchers, capable of interfering with wand-based spellcasting in a targeted radius. And in the center of the army, standing beside Voldemort with the calm assurance of a man who has bet everything on a single hand and expects to win, was Lex Luthor himself. He wore a suit of armor, not medieval armor, something sleek and modern, powered by a combination of LexCorp technology and magical enhancement. The suit was green and purple, Lex's colors, and it glowed with an inner light that was part Kryptonian crystal and part dark magic, the bastard offspring of two worlds that should never have been introduced. Impressive turnout, Lex said to Voldemort, surveying the army with the detached appreciation of a man reviewing a quarterly earnings report. Voldemort's red eyes swept over the technological additions to his force. He tolerated Luthor, the Muggle's resources were useful, and his intelligence, while limited by his inability to use magic, was considerable. But toleration was not respect, and Voldemort had every intention of disposing of his ally once his usefulness expired. The castle's protections will fall within the hour, Voldemort said. When they do, I want Potter alive. Everything else is expendable. And the brother, the alien. Voldemort's lipless mouth twisted into something that was not quite a smile. Your weapons should be sufficient. If not, well, that is your problem, Mr. Luthor, not mine. Inside Hogwarts, the defenders were preparing. The Order of the Phoenix had assembled, Remus Lupin, Nymphadora Tonks, Kingsley Shacklebolt, the Weasley family, and dozens of others, witches and wizards who had chosen to stand against darkness because someone had to and they were someone. The Hogwarts teachers were there, McGonagall, magnificent in her authority, directing the castle's defenses with the precision of a general. Flitwick, tiny and fierce. Sprout, practical and deadly. Even Trelawney, who was throwing crystal balls from the divination tower with an accuracy that surprised everyone, including herself. Harry stood at the top of the astronomy tower, the tower where Dumbledore had died, and looked out at the approaching army. The Kryptonian mirror was in his hand. His thumb moved over its surface in the unconscious gesture he developed over years, the way he touched it when he was thinking, when he was scared, when he needed to feel his brother's presence. He hadn't called Clark yet. He'd made a decision, a terrible, necessary, self-sacrificial decision, and calling Clark would make it harder. But Clark called him. The mirror vibrated. Clark's face appeared and Harry's throat closed because Clark was wearing the suit. The blue suit with the red cape and the S symbol on the chest. The suit from the fortress. The suit that meant hope. Clark had finally put it on and he looked exactly like what he was, the most powerful being on the planet and the kindest. "I can see the army from orbit," Clark said. His voice was calm, but his eyes, Jor-El's eyes, Jonathan's eyes, the eyes of every father who had ever loved him, were burning with a fury that was terrifying in its restraint. "Harry, I'm coming." "Clark, you can't. Luther's there. He has kryptonite weapons, cannons, from the looks of it. If you fly into that, I don't care." I care, Clark. This is my fight. It's our fight. It's always been our fight. You said it yourself, before it's over, we're going to need each other." Harry closed his eyes. The rain fell on his face, cold and corrosive, and the army was a mile away and closing, and the castle's protections were weakening, and somewhere in the darkness, Voldemort was waiting for him. "There's something I haven't told you," Harry said. "Tell me." "I have to die, Clark." The mirror went silent. Not the silence of disconnection. Clark was still there, his face still visible, but the silence of a person whose reality has just been restructured without their consent. "There's a piece of his soul inside me," Harry continued, the words tumbling out now because if he stopped he'd never start again. "In my scar. It's one of the Horcruxes, the last one. It can't be destroyed while I'm alive. I have to let him kill me. It's the only way to make him mortal. It's the only way to end this." Clark's expression underwent a transformation that Harry would never forget. The fury drained away, replaced by something worse, a grief so total that it seemed to consume the oxygen in the air between them. Clark's eyes filled with tears, which Harry had seen exactly twice before in their entire lives. "No," Clark said. His voice was barely audible. There has to be another way." "There isn't." Dumbledore confirmed it. Snape confirmed it. "The magic is specific, Clark. Sacrifice. Willing sacrifice. It has to be voluntary and it has to be real. Then I'll find another way. Give me an hour. I'll consult Jor-El. I'll search the fortress databases. There's no time. They're here. The battle is starting and I need you to do something for me. Anything. Fight not for me, for them, for the people in that castle who don't have superpowers or magic or Kryptonian technology. Fight for them, and when it's over, however it ends, go home. Tell Mom and Dad I love them. Tell them I was brave. Harry, tell them I was a Kent." The mirror went dark. Harry put it in his pocket, beside the Kryptonian rock that Clark had given him on his 5th birthday, worn smooth by 13 years of anxious handling. He walked down from the tower. He walked through the castle, past students who were too young to fight and teachers who were too old to run. He walked past Ron and Hermione, who were holding hands in the entrance hall, their faces set with the determined calm of people who have chosen their ground. "Where are you going?" Hermione asked. "To finish it." She looked at him. She knew. Hermione always knew. Her eyes filled and she squeezed Ron's hand, and Ron, brave, loyal, ridiculous Ron, took one look at Harry's face and understood. "We'll hold the castle," Ron said. "Come back to us." "I'll try," Harry said, and he meant it as a lie and it came out as a promise. He walked into the forbidden forest. The trees closed around him like curtains, and the sounds of the battle, already beginning, spells and explosions and screams, faded to a distant murmur. The forest was dark and cold and old, and Harry walked through it with the measured pace of a man walking to an appointment he cannot miss. He found Voldemort in a clearing. The Dark Lord was alone. He'd sent his army ahead, keeping himself in reserve, because Voldemort was many things but stupid was not one of them. He sat on a fallen log, his wand resting on his knee, his red eyes fixed on the darkness between the trees. "I knew you'd come," Voldemort said. "I figured you did. You are remarkably calm for a boy who is about to die." "I'm a Kent," Harry said. "We don't panic." Voldemort stood. He raised his wand. The green light gathered at its tip, the killing curse, the unblockable, the unsurvivable, the spell that had taken Lily and James and Cedric and so many others. Harry did not raise his wand. He did not defend himself. He stood in the clearing in the rain, 17 years old, and he thought about the farm. He thought about the cornfield where he'd landed, wrapped in a blanket woven with love. He thought about Martha lifting him from the crater, saying, "Oh my God, Jonathan, it's a baby." He thought about Clark poking his nose and saying he's little. He thought about the mobile in the nursery, the animals dancing in the air. He thought about the porch, the lemonade, the stars. He thought about the fort in the oak tree and the Kryptonian rock in his pocket and the sound of Clark's laughter, and the way the wheat looked in autumn when the light was golden and the wind was warm. He thought about his mother, his first mother, the one with his eyes, standing between death and her child and choosing not to move. He understood her now. He understood the choice. It wasn't sacrifice. It was love expressed in the only language that death could hear. "Avada Kedavra," Voldemort said. The green light hit Harry in the chest. He died. Not metaphorically. Not symbolically. Harry Potter died in the Forbidden Forest, standing upright, his eyes open, his face calm, the green light consuming him the way it had consumed his mother 15 years before. His body fell to the forest floor. His heart stopped. His brain ceased. The fragment of Voldemort's soul that had lived behind his scar for 17 years was annihilated, burned away by the same curse that created it, the Ouroboros of dark magic finally consuming itself. Harry was dead, and then he was somewhere else. The place was white, not a color, but an absence of everything except light. It looked, when Harry's perception adjusted, like King's Cross Station, but empty, clean, perfected. A platonic ideal of a train station, built from memory and meaning rather than brick and glass. Dumbledore was sitting on a bench. "Harry," the old wizard said, and he was smiling, and he looked younger than Harry had ever seen him, not in years but in weight, as if death had relieved him of a burden he'd carried for a century. "You have been remarkably brave. Am I dead?" "That depends entirely on you," Dumbledore explained. The killing curse had destroyed the Horcrux, the fragment of Voldemort's soul, but Harry's own soul was intact. The blood protection, the love, the sacrifice, they formed a tether, an anchor, a rope that connected Harry to life even in the depths of death. He could go back. "What happens if I go back? You face him again without the Horcrux. He will be mortal and you will be free. And if I don't go back," Dumbledore looked at him with eyes that were clear and kind and infinite, "then you go on, and there will be people waiting for you." Harry thought about it. He stood in the white station and thought about moving on, about rest, about the parents he'd never known and the old man on the bench who had been, in his complicated way, a kind of grandfather. Then he thought about Clark, about the mirror going dark, about the grief in Clark's eyes. "Tell them I was a Kent." "I'm going back," Harry said. "I know," Dumbledore said. "I would have been surprised if you hadn't." "Professor, before I go, was Snape on our side?" Dumbledore's smile deepened. "Always, Harry, always." Harry woke in the Forbidden Forest. Voldemort was standing over him, his red eyes wide with a fear he was trying to hide, because the killing curse should have worked in some part of Voldemort, the animal part, the survival part, knew that something fundamental had just shifted in the balance of power. "Is the boy dead?" Voldemort asked, and his voice was not steady. Narcissa Malfoy knelt beside Harry. Her cool fingers found the pulse in his neck, a pulse that was strong, steady, alive. She looked up at Voldemort. Dead, she lied, and her eyes met Harry's for a fraction of a second, and the lie was a gift, and Harry accepted it. They carried his body to the castle. Voldemort marched at the head of his army, triumphant, believing the war was won. The defenders of Hogwarts gathered in the courtyard, battered, bleeding, grieving, and when they saw Harry's body in Hagrid's arms, the sound that rose from them was the sound of a world ending. Martha Kent, sitting at her kitchen table 4,000 miles away, felt it. She didn't know what it was. The magical monitoring system was Clark's domain, not hers, but she felt something tear inside her chest, a mother's instinct screaming across an ocean, and she stood up from her chair and gripped the edge of the table and said very quietly. Number Jonathan beside her took her hand. He didn't know either, but he knew Martha, and he knew the sound of her voice when something was terribly wrong, and he held her hand and waited. Clark was already in the air when Harry's body was carried from the forest. He'd left the moment the mirror went dark, not 31 seconds, not 28 seconds, but something faster, something that transcended measurement, a velocity born not from physics but from love, the raw, desperate, uncontainable need to reach his brother before it was too late. He broke every speed record he'd ever set. He crossed the Atlantic in 15 seconds. He descended through the cloud layer over Scotland in 3. He hit the Hogwarts wards, the ancient magical protections that surrounded the castle, at approximately Mach 47, and the impact sent shockwaves through the magical fabric of the barrier that every witch and wizard on the grounds felt in their bones. The wards held. Of course they held. They'd been built by the founders, reinforced by centuries of headmasters, designed to withstand magical assault from the most powerful wizards in history. Clark didn't care. He hit them again, and again, and again. Each impact was a thunderclap that shook the castle to its foundations, dust falling from the ceiling, stones cracking, the ancient magic straining against a force it had never been designed to resist, because no one had ever imagined that a being from another planet would try to punch through them with nothing but grief and invulnerability and the love of a brother. On the ground, everyone stopped, Death Eaters and defenders alike, frozen by the sound of something hitting the barrier with the force of a meteor, again and again and again. Each impact accompanied by a cry that was not human and not magical but something else entirely, a sound from the depths of a heart that had been ripped in two. Harry opened his eyes. He was still in Hagrid's arms, still pretending to be dead, but the sound, Clark's grief, Clark's fury, pierced the pretense like a needle through cloth. Harry heard his brother screaming his name from outside the wards, heard the impact of fists that could shatter mountains hitting ancient stone that would not yield, and he made a decision. He rolled from Hagrid's arms, hit the ground, and stood. The courtyard went silent, a silence so complete that the sound of Harry's feet on the stone was audible to every person present. Voldemort's red eyes widened. The Death Eaters stumbled backward, and from the defenders, from the beaten, bloodied, grieving defenders of Hogwarts, a sound rose that was the opposite of the sound they'd made when they thought Harry was dead. Hope. Harry looked at Voldemort across the courtyard. "I'm not dead," he said. "Impossible," Voldemort hissed. "I'm a Kent, we're hard to kill." He raised his wand, and at the same moment the wards fell, not because Clark had broken them, but because McGonagall, standing on the castle steps with her wand raised, had dropped them. Deliberately. Voluntarily. Because she'd seen Harry alive, and she'd heard the sound from the sky, and she was a Gryffindor, and Gryffindors opened doors for allies. Clark came through the gap in the wards like a comet. He descended from the clouds in the blue suit and the red cape, the S symbol blazing on his chest. his eyes glowing with the heat vision he was barely restraining. He landed beside Harry in the courtyard with an impact that cracked the flagstones and sent a shockwave rippling outward that knocked the nearest Death Eaters off their feet. The brothers stood side by side, the chosen one and the last son of Krypton, a wizard with a holly wand and an alien in a red cape. Two boys from a farm in Kansas, raised by the same parents, taught the same values, carrying the same unbreakable conviction that power existed to protect, not to destroy. Voldemort looked at them, and for the first time in his adult life, for the first time since he'd opened the Chamber of Secrets at 16 and spoken to a basilisk and decided he was above death, Lord Voldemort was afraid. "Kill them both," he said, and the battle began. Neville Longbottom, shy, round-faced Neville, who had lost a toad on his first day at Hogwarts and had spent 7 years being overlooked and underestimated, drew the sword of Gryffindor from the sorting hat and cut the head off Nagini, Voldemort's snake, the last Horcrux besides Harry himself. The snake's body thrashed and then went still, and Voldemort felt it, felt the last anchor to immortality sever, and screamed. A sound that was not human and not magical but something from the void between both. The sound of a being who had spent 50 years running from death and had just been caught. The defenders rallied. The D.A., Dumbledore's army, the student defense group Harry had founded in his 5th year, fought with a ferocity that put the adult wizards to shame. Luna Lovegood stunned 3 Death Eaters with a single spell that she'd invented herself and couldn't quite explain. Ginny Weasley dueled Amicus Carrow with a viciousness that made her brothers back away slowly. Seamus Finnegan set fire to a giant's trousers, which was not a sophisticated tactical maneuver but was surprisingly effective. And Molly Weasley, Mrs. Weasley, mother of 7, knitter of sweaters, maker of the best treacle tart in the British Isles, dueled Bellatrix Lestrange to the death. Bellatrix, who had tortured Neville's parents into insanity, who had killed Sirius Black, who was the most dangerous Death Eater alive, fell to a killing curse from a woman who had simply decided that no one was going to threaten her children anymore. "Not my daughter, you bitch," Molly had said, and the words became legend. What followed was the most extraordinary 30 minutes in the combined histories of the magical and non-magical worlds. The Battle of Hogwarts, the real Battle of Hogwarts, not the skirmish that had preceded it, was a collision of forces that had never before met on the same battlefield. Magic and technology, wands and kryptonite, the ancient and the alien. And at the center of it all, 2 brothers fighting back to back, covering each other's weaknesses with their strengths. Clark engaged Luther's kryptonite weapons first. The cannons fired, beams of concentrated green radiation that could have crippled him from a distance. But Harry was there, his wand moving in precise, powerful arcs, casting shield charms so dense they were visible shimmering walls of silver light that absorbed the kryptonite radiation and dissipated it harmlessly into the magical field. "Since when can you block kryptonite with magic?" Clark shouted, dodging a cannon burst that Harry's shield didn't catch in time. "Since right now," Harry shouted back. "I'm improvising." "That's terrifying." "Thank you." Clark dismantled the cannons with his heat vision, precise, surgical bursts that melted the firing mechanisms without harming the Death Eaters crewing them, because Clark Kent did not kill. Not ever. Not even now, when every cell in his body was screaming for vengeance. Jonathan's voice was in his head, the voice that had taught him to build fences post by post, to be gentle with his strength, to choose who he was every single day. Harry dueled Death Eaters with a ferocity that the Order of the Phoenix had never seen. His wand moved like a conductor's baton, casting spells in combinations that no textbook had ever described, transfiguration flowing into charms, flowing into defense, flowing into raw, instinctive magic that defied classification. He disarmed Dolohov with a stinging hex that left the man screaming. He stunned the Carrows with a combined spell that Ron later described as like getting hit by a freight train made of light. He dueled Bellatrix Lestrange to a standstill, the two of them locked in an exchange of curses and counter-curses that sent sparks cascading across the courtyard like fireworks. Lex Luthor faced Clark in the wreckage of his own weapons. The armored suit was still functional. It was powered by kryptonite, which meant that proximity to Lex weakened Clark significantly. But the suit was also partially magical, and magic had rules that Lex didn't fully understand, and Clark had spent years studying his own weaknesses with the methodical determination of a man who refused to have any. "You could have been so much more," Lex said, circling Clark, the suit's kryptonite core pulsing green. "An alien with the power of a god, and you chose to be a farmer's son." "I am a farmer's son," Clark said, and his voice was strained. The kryptonite was draining him, his muscles weakening, his vision blurring, but his conviction was undiminished. "That's not a limitation, it's the whole point." "The point of what?" "Of everything." Clark lunged. Not at Lex, at the suit's power core. His hand, weakened but still stronger than any human force, closed around the kryptonite crystal at the center of the armor and crushed it. The suit sparked, sputtered, died. Lex staggered, suddenly encased in 100 pounds of inert metal, his technological advantage reduced to dead weight. Clark's strength flooded back as the kryptonite shattered. He stripped the armor from Lex with careful, precise movements, peeling it away like a shell, and set the bald man on the ground, unarmed, unarmored, and utterly defeated. "Stay down," Clark said. Lex looked up at the alien who had beaten him, and for the first time he saw not a threat but a person, a man who had every reason to kill him and had chosen not to. The confusion on Lex's face was, Clark thought, a beginning. Not of friendship, that ship had sailed, but of understanding. "Why?" Lex asked. "Why not kill me?" "Because my father taught me better." Clark turned back to the battle. Harry was still fighting, his wand a blur, his magic roaring through the courtyard with a force that made the ancient stones vibrate. But he was moving toward Voldemort, through the chaos, through the fire and the spells and the screaming, drawn toward the final confrontation by a gravity that had been pulling them together since the night in Godric's Hollow. They met in the Great Hall, the same hall where Harry had been sorted, where he'd eaten his first feast, where he'd sat at the Gryffindor table with Ron and Hermione, and felt, for the first time, that the wizarding world was home. The hall was wrecked. The enchanted ceiling showed the real sky above, still dark, still raining, but with cracks of dawn showing at the eastern horizon. The house tables were overturned, the flagstones cracked, the walls scorched by spells. Bodies lay on the floor, defenders and attackers both, and the living had pulled back to the edges of the room, forming a circle around the two figures at the center. Harry Potter and Lord Voldemort, the boy and the monster, the last two standing. "I died tonight," Harry said, and his voice carried through the silent hall. "I walked into the forest and let you kill me, and I came back. Do you know why?" Voldemort said nothing. His red eyes were fixed on Harry with an intensity that bordered on madness. "Because love is stronger than death. My mother knew it, Dumbledore knew it, and now I know it. The Horcruxes are gone, Tom, all of them. You're mortal. You're just a man with a wand, and I'm just a boy from Kansas, and this ends now." "You are a child," Voldemort snarled, playing at heroism. "I'm a Kent," Harry said, "and Kents don't play." Voldemort raised his wand. Harry raised his. The spells launched simultaneously, the Elder Wand casting the killing curse, Harry's Holy Wand casting the disarming charm. Green met red in the center of the Great Hall, and the magic recognized its moment. The Elder Wand, the Death Stick, the Wand of Destiny, had belonged to Dumbledore. Dumbledore had been disarmed by Draco Malfoy. Draco had been disarmed by Harry. The wand's allegiance was Harry's, and it would not kill its master. The killing curse rebounded. For the second time in history, the green light turned back on the man who cast it. Voldemort's body crumpled. His red eyes went dark. His wand clattered on the stone floor. And Lord Voldemort, Tom Marvolo Riddle, the darkest wizard of the age, the monster who had terrorized 2 worlds, died, finally and completely, in the Great Hall of Hogwarts, killed by his own curse and his own arrogance and the love of a mother who had refused to step aside. The silence lasted 3 seconds. Then the Great Hall erupted, cheering, screaming, crying, hugging. The sound of a world being reborn, the sound of people who had been living under a shadow stepping into the light. Ron and Hermione found Harry in the chaos and held him, the 3 of them standing in a circle of arms and tears, and for a long moment nothing else existed. Then Clark was there. He'd come through the castle doors still in the suit, the cape torn, his face bruised from the kryptonite exposure, but his eyes, blue and bright and achingly familiar, were fixed on Harry with an expression that Harry knew as well as his own name. "You died," Clark said. "I came back. You died, Harry. I heard your heart stop from the air. I heard it stop. I know, I'm sorry." Clark's face crumpled. The most powerful being on the planet, the last son of Krypton, the man who would become Superman, broke down in the entrance to the Great Hall of Hogwarts and cried like a child. And Harry held him, the way Clark had held Harry 1,000 times before, and the Great Hall fell quiet again, because the sight of 2 brothers holding each other in the wreckage of a war was the most human thing anyone had ever seen, and humanity recognized itself. The aftermath was long and complex and in many ways harder than the battle. There were dead to mourn, Remus Lupin and Nymphadora Tonks, who had left behind an infant son, Fred Weasley, whose death broke something in the family that would take years to heal, Colin Creevey, who was 16 and should have had a lifetime ahead of him, and others, too many others. Harry attended every funeral. Clark stood beside him at each one, visible now, the Superman suit replaced by civilian clothes, his presence a quiet declaration that some bonds transcended the boundaries between worlds. Lex Luthor was arrested by MACUSA, the Magical Congress of the United States of America, in cooperation with the non-magical authorities. The charges were extensive: conspiracy, illegal weapons development, aiding and abetting dark magic, and several others that required the invention of new legal categories to accommodate the unprecedented nature of his crimes. He went to prison. He would not stay there forever. Lex Luthor was too intelligent and too connected for permanence. But for now, the world was safe from his particular brand of brilliance. Lucius Malfoy turned informant, which surprised no one who knew him. He provided names, locations, financial records, everything the Ministry of Magic needed to dismantle the remaining Death Eater networks. His cooperation earned him a reduced sentence and the enduring contempt of the wizarding world, which he bore with the practiced indifference of a man who had always valued survival over reputation. Severus Snape's story emerged in the weeks after the battle, pieced together from memories he'd given Harry in his final moments. Moments Harry hadn't mentioned to anyone until the trials began. Snape had been Dumbledore's man from the beginning. His entire career as a Death Eater had been a deception of astonishing depth and duration, motivated by a love so powerful and so private that even death couldn't extinguish it. He had loved Lily, Harry's mother, the woman with his eyes. He has her eyes. The words on the card, the ones that had burned in Jonathan's wallet for years, finally made complete and devastating sense. Severus Snape had spent his adult life protecting the son of the woman he'd loved, enduring hatred and suspicion and loneliness because the boy had her eyes, and that was enough. Harry visited Snape's grave on a Tuesday in autumn, alone. He stood before the simple stone and felt the weight of a truth that was too complex for a single emotion, gratitude and grief and anger and compassion, all tangled together, all deserved. "Thank you," Harry said to the stone, "for everything." The wind moved through the graveyard, carrying leaves and silence and the particular quality of peace that only exists in places where the dead are properly mourned. Clark stepped into the public eye 2 weeks after the Battle of Hogwarts. Not as a reveal, the world already knew about Superman. He'd been operating publicly for months by then. But for the first time, Superman spoke. He held a press conference on the steps of the Metropolis courthouse, the suit gleaming in the afternoon sun, the cape moving gently in the breeze, and he told the world who he was. Not Clark Kent. That identity remained a secret, protected by a pair of glasses and a slouch and the remarkable human capacity for not seeing what's directly in front of them. But Kal-El, the last survivor of a dead planet, a refugee who had been raised by the kindest people he'd ever known and who wanted nothing more than to use his abilities in service of the world that had adopted him. "I'm not a god," Clark told the assembled press, the cameras, the millions watching around the world. "I'm not here to rule or to judge, I'm here to help, and I will keep helping for as long as I can." A reporter shouted a question. "What do you stand for?" Clark smiled. It was Jonathan's smile, warm, steady, honest. "Truth," he said, "justice, and the chance for everyone to build the life they choose. That's it, that's everything." The world embraced Superman with a fervor that Clark found overwhelming and Jonathan found amusing. "They love you," Jonathan told his son, watching the news coverage from the living room couch. "Don't let it go to your head. I'm an alien who wears a cape. My head was never the problem." Martha brought them both lemonade and told them to stop watching the news and come to dinner. They did, because in the Kent household, even gods came to the table when Martha called. Harry went home. The Kent farm looked the same. The house, the barn, the fields, the oak tree with the fort that was now weathered but still standing. The porch, the rocking chairs, the cat clock visible through the kitchen window. The wheat, golden and bending in the autumn wind, stretching to a horizon that was, as always, impossibly far away. Martha met him at the door. She didn't speak. She pulled him inside and held him. And Harry let himself be held, because he was 17 years old and he'd saved the world and died and come back to life. And what he needed more than anything, more than praise or recognition or the adulation of two worlds, was his mother's arms around him and the smell of her kitchen and the sound of her heartbeat against his ear. Jonathan was in the barn. He came out when he heard the truck in the driveway, wiping his hands on a rag, squinting in the autumn light. He looked at Harry for a long moment, taking in the new scars, the older eyes, the way his youngest son carried himself now, like a man instead of a boy. "Welcome home, son," Jonathan said. "Thanks, Dad." "There's fence that needs mending in the north pasture," Harry laughed. It was a surprised, grateful, slightly teary laugh, the laugh of a person who has traveled to the farthest reaches of human experience and returned to find that home is exactly as they left it. "I'll get right on it," Harry said. They walked to the north pasture together, father and son, and they built fence, post by post. No shortcuts. Every post mattered. They worked in the companionable silence of men who have said everything that needs saying and are content to let the work speak for itself. The sun moved across the sky. The wheat whispered in the wind, and Harry drove fence posts into the Kansas earth with his bare hands, using a touch of magic to set them straight, and Jonathan pretended not to notice, which was its own kind of love. "Your mother wants to know if you're staying for dinner," Jonathan said when the fence was half done. "I'm staying for everything," Harry said. "Dinner, breakfast, lunch. I'm staying until the fence is finished, and then I'm starting on the barn roof, and then I'm helping with the harvest, and then—" "Easy, son. The farm's not going anywhere. Neither am I, not for a while," Jonathan nodded. He didn't smile exactly. Jonathan Kent didn't do exact smiles, but the corners of his eyes crinkled in the way that meant the same thing, and he clapped Harry on the shoulder and they went back to work. Harry would return to the wizarding world eventually. There were things to rebuild, institutions and relationships, and the tattered fabric of a society that had been at war for too long. He would become an Auror, the youngest in Ministry history. He would help reform the magical government, dismantling the pure-blood supremacist structures that had allowed Voldemort to rise. He would teach at Hogwarts, occasionally guest lectures on defense against the dark arts that were so popular they had to be held in the Great Hall. But that was later. That was the future. For now, he was home. Clark was waiting in the fort. He'd hung new streamers, red and gold for Gryffindor, blue and red for his own colors, and he'd brought 2 bottles of root beer and a chess set, and the expression he always wore when Harry came home, which was the expression of a person who has been holding their breath for a very long time and can finally let it go. "So," Clark said, "how was school?" Harry sat down on the wooden floor, took a root beer, and looked up through the gaps in the roof at the Kansas sky, which was doing the thing, the impossible, infinite, heartbreaking thing, the colors spreading from horizon to horizon like the sky was trying to tell them something it didn't have words for. "Eventful," Harry said. "Anyone try to kill you? Just the usual. Did you save the world? A little. Me too, last Tuesday, bus full of kids in Metropolis. Show off. Wizard. Alien." They grinned at each other, and the grin contained everything, every cornfield and castle, every broom ride and flight, every spell and punch, every fear conquered and loss survived, every moment of a shared life that began in a farmhouse kitchen when a 3-year-old poked a baby's nose and said he's little. "He'll grow," Jonathan had said. He had. They both had. Into heroes, into brothers, into men who carried the weight of the world on their shoulders and the love of a family in their hearts. Harry Kent. Harry Potter, the chosen one, the boy who fell from the sky and landed in a cornfield and was carried inside by a woman who loved him before she knew his name. Clark Kent. Kal-El. Superman, the last son of Krypton. The boy from the stars who was raised by farmers and taught that the greatest power in the universe is the choice to be kind. 2 brothers, 2 worlds, 1 family. The sun set over Kansas, painting the sky in colors that no painter could capture and no magic could replicate. And in a fort in an oak tree at the edge of a farm that had been in the Kent family for 4 generations, 2 extraordinary boys drank root beer and played chess and talked about nothing important, and everything important, and the difference between the 2, which was no difference at all. The wheat bent in the wind. The stars came out, one by one, patient as always, and the world, vast, complicated, beautiful, dangerous, and worth saving, turned on beneath them, carrying them forward into whatever came next. Together. Always together. Because that was the answer to the question the story had been asking since the beginning, since a baby landed in a cornfield and was carried inside by strangers who became family. The question was never what if Harry Potter was raised by the Kents. The question was what happens when love is the foundation instead of blood. What happens when the most powerful wizard of his generation and the most powerful being on the planet are raised not with privilege or prophecy but with chores and curfews and a father who makes them build fences post by post? What happens is this: they become heroes, not because of their powers, not because of their destinies, but because a farmer and his wife in Smallville, Kansas, looked at 2 impossible children and said these are ours, and raised them with enough love to save the world. That is the story. That has always been the story. Chapter 6 End.